registrar to you, my lord.
Yes, I heard.
Yes. The matter stood down to today for cross-examination by Advocate Nisi.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Nisi? Is it Mr. Ngumalo first?
My lord, just one issue. I just want to address the court on one issue.
Oh, I see.
Yes. My lord, yesterday there is one proposition that I made. It is in connection with the buccal swabs. The buccal swabs were sealed, packed and sealed and forwarded to the forensic science laboratory. And they were analyzed by one of the witnesses, Captain Mamshe Definias Maseta.
Captain Ma?
Maseta.
Maseta.
Yeah,
fine.
the report, my lord, is compiled and it is under Exhibit X12 of the record. So there is a proposition that I made to the witness yesterday that the results were negative.
They were?
They were negative. And then the court suggested that the term that was used was inconclusive.
Yeah.
I just want to take the court to this paragraph of the report by Captain Maseta.
Yeah, fine.
Yes. My lord, it is at paragraph 4.1 of the report,
Yeah.
at page 4 of 5. It reads as follows. The donors of the following reference samples were excluded as the donors of the DNA on the swabs 1. 14 DCA H8988 in bracket PA 400-2150-107 and head B presumable high friction area PA 3000-788-535 Phosphorus CAS 636 of 10-2014 4.1.1 MZ Mapisa open bracket 19 dBA F0198 close bracket open bracket PA 400 4638062 and Mapisa Mthokoziseni open bracket 13 dBA D5906 close bracket open bracket PA 500 217 76171 close bracket. So it is upon that proposition, my lord, that the terminology that I used was that the results were negative. Hence, the right terminology that was used by the person who examined the records was that the swabs were excluded. I mean, the swabs that were taken from accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa, were excluded.
Yeah.
So I think the correct terminology would be that they were excluded. So not that they were inconclusive.
Not that they were?
Inconclusive. They were excluded.
What's the difference, Mr. Malui? Excluded, not conclusive.
I think the witness did explain, my lord, that the reference sample can be read on certain loci.
That's it.
He said out of the 16 loci, he can be read in on 4 of those.
That's it.
And, you know, those will be the first one, the gender, it can be read in there, and the second one, the one starting with D56818, that he can also be read there. So, all in all, my lord, he said, out of the 16 loci, he can be read in 4. So
in 4, yeah.
It doesn't mean that, well, in his language, it's either if they don't get a full house or a certain number of loci, it's either included or excluded, but it's the interpretation thereof, my lord, that is crucial.
Yeah, fine. So what's the problem, Mr. Ngumal?
There is no problem, but...
Oh, there's no problem. What are we talking about then?
There's no problem. It's just the use of the terminology
Or
that
the
it's
use of the
inconclusive.
language.
The use of the language.
It was used by him, not me.
It was used by him. They were excluded.
Yeah,
so
I
they
say
cannot be read.
He uses that terminology. You are saying negative.
Negative and
And then he says they are excluded.
they cannot be read into the.
But the point is, your client cannot be said to be positively identified by the analysis.
Yes,
That's
yes,
cool.
yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Excluded. Thank you.
Yes, you're still under oath, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Miss.
As it please the court, my lord. Thank you, ma'am. I think on the last point, you would agree that the evidence that has been referred to by my colleague here on behalf of accused number 4 also relates to accused number 3, where the samples that you testified about having been collected from accused number 3, the end results thereof are that accused number 3 could not have been or is not linked with the samples that were collected in the house. I mean, with the evidence that was collected in the house.
In respect of accused number 3.
Yes.
My lord, what I was briefed by Brigadier Kininda, my lord, is that even though they may say it is excluded, my lord, it does not necessarily mean that they have never been into the house. This is what he has explained to me. It's just that it's like maybe the DNA was not enough for the analyst to come to that conclusion. This is what I understood when he told me.
Ngokufanayo ke naloku ummeli kaMangalelwa wesine aqeda ke manje okhuluma ngako ukuthi yebo kunalobufakazi obathathwa ke lokubizwa ngokuthi ama-swab lapho yena ke kuyoqhathaniswa ke nobufakazi noma ke ulibofuzo olatholakala kwindawo yesigameko nakumsolo wesithathu ke kukanjalo ukuthi ke akukho okwatholakala okushoyo noma ungathi ke kuwahlanganiswa nobufakazi obatholakala kwindawo yesigameko. Mina ke engakutshelwa uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi noma ungazange kutholwe ke okubahlanganisayo lokho akusho ukuthi babe ngekho khona lapha, ukuthi nje lo owayecwaninga akazange athole okwanele ukuthi ahlanganiswe noma asho ke ngophelele ukuthi ngempela babe khona lapha, kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi babe ngekho lapha yanendlini. Yiloko engakutshelwa uBrigadier Kininda.
Thank you, ma'am. You're just a messenger. I'm putting it to you that what we heard from Mr. Kininda is just a hogwash. It's just nonsense. The analysis, the experts are saying they are not linked. That's final. What I said to you is immaterial. But nonetheless, good morning, ma'am.
You are wrong.
As a court,
Please.
I'm not wrong, my lord. Mr. Kininda is not an expert.
Let's hear.
Well, to start with, my lord, I think the language that Advocate Nisi is employing is unacceptable. But secondly, what this witness is saying is perfectly in line with the expert said.
That's it.
Out of the 16 loci, he said that accused number 3 can be read in 7, of those 16. So it's a question of interpretation.
This is not a question of interpretation, my lord. I think the state misunderstands the reading of his own report. The final product of this report, my lord, is that the donors of the following reference samples were excluded as the donors of the DNA. What else must be understood by the term excluded?
Let's make progress. You can argue that later.
I'm putting to the
because
witness.
this witness is not an expert, an DNA
Exactly.
analyst.
That is what I'm saying, my lord, that what he heard from Mr. Kininda does not make sense, which is why I'm saying it's nonsense. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Council.
Thank you. Now, before we proceed, ma'am, let me bring the following to your attention. You could have been called by the state as a member of the South African Police Services, but the minute you enter that box as a witness here at court, you're regarded as an officer of the court. The duty that you have as you're standing here is the duty towards this court that involves honesty and sincerity. You are there to assist the court to come to a correct finding in this trial. You are not here to assist the state to win the case or to lose the case. Do you understand? Sincerity and honesty. Do you understand? Do you understand?
No, I don't understand.
Let me repeat again.
Because I don't need you to
Let
lecture
me
me
repeat
about
again.
that,
I'm not
because I
lecturing
know
you.
very well why I'm here. So you don't have you don't have authority to address me on that, because I know why I'm here.
Ma'am,
And you leave the judgment to the judge. The judge is the one who's supposed to make a finding on what I have delivered into this court.
ma'am, your duty as you are standing.
Can Advocate Missy just get on with his cross-examination? The witness has said she's aware, she's duly aware why she's here. It would take us absolutely nowhere to keep on belaboring
Mr.
this
Mnisi.
point.
The state is wrong, my lord.
Progress.
This witness just said she does not understand me. So I wanted to simplify what I told this witness. Instead of the witness affording me the opportunity to repeat in simpler terms what I told her, then she started to lose temper.
I don't understand why you are putting that statement to me. That is what I don't understand.
There's nothing wrong with what I've said to you, ma'am, and please don't argue.
No, I'm not arguing.
Please don't argue.
I'm responding to what you're
I've
saying.
just told you that as you stand there, you're standing there as an officer of the court. You're not there, although we are working for SABC, you are here to assist the court to come to a correct finding. And
he
that
working- is she
involves the
working for
element
SARS
of
now?
honesty
Hello?
and sincerity.
Is she working for SARS?
SABC.
SABS.
I don't say SARS,
Oh, I
SABC,
see,
South
okay.
African Police Services.
But why should we have this lecture?
It's not a lecture, my lord.
No, you are
This is
lecturing
pub-
him.
no,
wait,
no,
Mr.
no.
Mr.
This is-
Mnisi.
This is perfectly
Mr. Mnisi,
correct.
This witness.
Yes.
How many times have you given evidence in court, ma'am?
Several times, my lord.
About how many? Can you estimate?
Probably, my lord, about, maybe 100 times.
And each time you take an oath to tell the truth.
Exactly, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi, let's go on with the job,
It
please.
could be that each time she takes an
No,
oath.
that question is disallowed now. It's disallowed.
On what basis, my lord?
Because I'm the judge. It's disallowed.
That
Just
is a
ask
very
questions.
unfair approach, my lord. That's a very unfair approach.
It's not an
Because
unfair
then the-
approach. I've ruled that, please, cross-examine this witness. Don't lecture him.
This is not a lecture, my lord.
It is, according to me.
I've got a different understanding with the term lecture, my lord. But my aim is not to lecture this witness.
Can you
However, if
please
the court perceives what I'm
proceed
saying as a
and
lecture, then it's fine.
cross-examine
I
the
can't
witness?
change the court. The
If you
manner
don't
in
have
which
any
the court
cross-examination,
is
fine.
thinking. Thank you. Now, you were testified in the trial within the trial on how you arrested accused number one. Do you still remember?
I do remember, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ufakazi bami ngibethulile ke mala ngendlela ke engabopha ngayo umsolo wokuqala.
Amongst others, what you said is that when you in the company of Mr. Buthelezi went to arrest accused number 1, you found certain items at the place in which he was staying. Do you still remember that?
I still remember, my lord.
Ngisakhumbula ke nongakusho ngathi ke nkathi ngihamba naye ke uButhelezi ke ngathi obamba yena ke umsolo wokuqala yiziphi izinto ezatholakala la samthola khona noma samfica ekhona.
Do you still remember what those items were?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngisakhumbula nokuthi kwakuyini lokho.
What were they?
Two cellular phones, my lord.
Umakhala ekhukhwini ababili.
Ammunitions.
Inhlamvu.
Firearm cleaning rod.
Kwakunye nalokho kokubizwa ngokuthi kuyibona ke ukuklina isibhamu noma ke firearm cleaning rod.
A magazine.
Kwakune magazine.
That is all, my lord.
Ikona lokho.
Is that what you said when you testified in the trial within a trial?
In a trial within a trial,
That was my question.
I did not mention the cell phones.
Uma bengifakaza ke ngaphambilini ke ku trial within a trial angikhulumanga ngomakhala ekhukhwini.
Thank you. Now, as you testifying in the main trial, what did you say you found in possession of Mr. Sibiya?
I did mention, my lord, that I found 2 cell phones, a magazine, firearm cleaning rod, and ammunitions.
Mase ngifakaza ke manje ke ngishilo ukuthi ngathola umakhala ekhukhwini amabili kwakuyi magazine lokhu kusetshenziswa ke ukuthi ke uklineke sona isibhamu.
Ammunitions.
Neinhlamvu.
Thank you. Now, you just indicated that when you testified in a trial within a trial, you omitted to mention the 2 cell phones, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiqeda ukusho ukuthi ama cell phone kodwa wona ke ngaphambilini angiwashongo.
What was the reason why you did not mention the 2 cell phones when you testified about arrest of accused number 1 in the trial within the trial?
My lord, I do not have any reason why I did not make mention of the 2 cell phones.
Anginaso ke sizathu enginaso noma esibe imbangela yokuthi ngingawasho ke ama cell phones la amabili ngaphambilini.
Thank you. Do you still remember again that Mr. Buthelezi, who works for the Metro Police, in the SWAT unit of the Metro Police, also gave testimony on how he assisted you to arrest accused number 1? Do you still remember that?
May you please repeat your question?
I am saying, do you still remember that Mr. Buthelezi, who works for the Metro Police, Eguruleni Metro Police in the SWAT unit, also came and gave testimony in support of how he assisted you in the arrest of accused number 1?
My lord, he did. I know that he came to court to testify as to how he presented his evidence. My lord, I'm not aware.
Ngamusakhumbula yini ke uButhelezi ohamba naye ethola ubufakazi ukuthi wakulekelela kanjani ke ekubopheni yena ummangalelo wokuqala. Ngiyazi ukuthi ke weza ke ezofakaza ke naye kodwa ukuthi ke ubufakazi bakhe wabethula kanjani angikwazi lokho.
Mr. Buthelezi told the court exactly what you told the court on how and what items were found on Mr. Sibiya when he was arrested, as per your testimony in the trial within the trial.
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa ke uma uthi ke naye ke ufakaze washo ngalendlela nami ke engafakaza ngayo ukuthi yini esazithola kuyena umangalo wokuqala.
He confirmed what you said in the trial within the trial, that in the possession of accused number 3, accused number 1, I'm sorry, ammunition, a magazine, and a cleaning rod that were found in his possession. That confirmed what you also said in your testimony in a trial within a trial. Do you understand?
I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke uma uthi naye-ke ushilo ukuthi kwatholakala emagazini iy'nhlamvu kanye-ke nalokhu-ke kokulina isibhamu.
He did not mention that they also found cell phones in possession of accused number one. Could he also have forgotten, as you had forgotten, to mention that in your evidence in a trial within a trial?
Please, with due respect, may you please ask that question to Constable Buthelezi.
Ingabe naye-ke wakhohlwa-ke njengoba nawe wakhohlwa-ke ukuthi ukusho lokho mayelana nomakhalekhukhwini laba ababili, ngizocela-ke ukuthi lowo mbuzo-ke lowo ubuze kuyena-ke uConstable Buthelezi.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to request the state to call him so that I'm going to ask him that question. But briefly, let me put it to you, ma'am. That you are being dishonest with the court when you testified in this main trial that when you arrested accused number one, being assisted by Mr. Buthelezi, you also found cell phones in his possession.
My Lord, there were 2 cell phones, my Lord, that were found in possession of accused number 2. There is also, my Lord, SAP 13, my Lord, to confirm that.
Ngizothi-ke mina-ke awukhulumanga iqiniso-ke la uma ukuthi-ke kwatholakala umakhalekhukhwini ababili nkathi sibopha umsolo wokuqala kunamakhalekhukhwini ababili abatholakala uma kuboshwa yena-ke umangalelwa wesibili futhi-ke khona-ke ne-SAP 13 tshengisa lokho.
Accused number 1, not accused number 2.
Uyakulungisa-ke bekushilo uthi accused number 1 hayi number 2.
What is even worse in terms of the explanation that you're trying to give here is the fact that you said, Mr. Buthelezi, it's him who actually found those phones in the possession of accused number one, as per your testimony in this main trial, not in the trial within the trial.
That is correct, my Lord. He's the one, my Lord, who seized the cell phones from accused number 1.
Kuyiqiniso-ke lokho ukuthi uButhelezi uyena-ke owathatha labo makhalekhukhwini ummangalelwa wokuqala.
As I put it to you, you're just manufacturing a version to suit the circumstances of, or to suit a narrative of what you want the court to hear in terms of how the cell phone were found in possession of accused number 1. And that was a lie.
That is not a version, my Lord, to which I just created or formulated, my Lord. I am referring to the SAP 13, my Lord, whereby, my Lord, the items were documented.
Akusiyona-ke into nje lena ingathi nje ngiza nayo-ke noma ngiyayicabangela ngishilo ukuthi khona i-SAP 13 lapho amakhalekhukhwini lapho ababhalwa khona.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Mr. Kininda comes and tells this court that on a particular day, he receives a call from the National Commissioner, where the National Commissioner requests him to take over the investigation of the case, which is a subject here at court. That's just the background. That is what he told to this court. And then he says to the National Commissioner, say, I am your servant. I'm willing to do that. Do you understand?
I understand.
Subsequent thereto, Mr. Kininda then assembles a team to assist in the investigation of the case. With your experience, probably he also ropes you in. With Mukhane's experience, probably he ropes him in. With the gentleman that passed on, Mabena, with his experience that I don't know, he probably ropes him in. And the others that I do not know. Do you understand?
I understand.
Yakuzwa-ke ukuthi uGininda wathola ucingo kuSithole ukuthi-ke akaholeke ithimba eliphenya lokuqala wase naye-ke ezihlanganisela-ke lelo thimba lelo wena uMukhane noMabhena.
Now, when you started to prefer your evidence in this main trial, you introduce yourself as an investigator of this court, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo-ke uma ngithula-ke la inkantolo ukuthi ngumphenyi.
What did you mean by that?
I meant I was part of the investigation team.
Bengikusho-ke bengithi-ke ngiyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo.
What was Mukhane in this team?
He was also part of investigation team.
Umukhana naye-ke wayeyingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo.
Who is or who was he? In fact, who is he in this team?
Who is Mukhane?
Yes. I know he's a policeman. Is he an investigator or who is
Investigating as well, my lord.
Naye uyaphenya umukhana.
Thank you. Now, as an investigating team, as part of the the team, understand is led by Kininda. Did you at any point go introduce yourself to the family of the deceased?
Never, my lord, been to the family of the deceased.
Angikazeke ngiye kumndeni wakhe umufi.
When I say you, I don't mean you as a person or as a singular investigator. I mean the team in plural. Did you do that?
I'm not aware, my lord, of others, my lord, if they've been to the family of the deceased.
Angazi-ke ngabanye noma bona-ke sebeke baya yini kumndeni wakhe-ke washona.
If they did, would you have not known that?
No, my lord.
Why?
As I said, there are things which I do not know because sometimes they go investigate and then maybe, as I said before, that I'll be maybe busy with other investigations or even be out of the province, my lord. So it's not everything, my lord, that they will report to me as I am not the lead investigating officer.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke babeyile wawuzokwazi yini lokho ukuthi cha isizathu bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi yikhona-ke izinto ongangizazi nengangazazi kokunye uthole ukuthi bahambile bayophenya nami-ke khona okunye engikwenzayo noma engikuphenyayo mhlambi ngiphumile nakwisifunda lesi.
Ma'am, look, just to go and introduce yourself to the family of the deceased, it does not take rocket science to have known that my other team members have been to the family of the deceased, even though I wasn't there, just to go and introduce our presence in this case formally to the family members of the deceased, such that if there's something that we want to get on how this incident happened, they should not be surprised that one time there's this team, then the other time there is this team. That would not have been a problem, not so. You would have known that.
My lord, I'm answering for myself. You can maybe put the question that you're asking to them.
Mina ngiphendulela mina-ke ukuthi-ke kwangasinkinga-ke noma into engangizoyazi leyo mhlampe lo mbuzo usungabuza kubona-ke mina ngiphendula kumina.
Ma'am, are you trying to tell the court or are you saying to this court that the manner in which you did this investigation in this case was a disjointed one, was a disjointed approach, a fragmented approach, such that other things you knew, such that other things you did not know?
My lord, there is a lead investigating officer, my lord, who is the one who was giving task, my lord, to the members.
Ingabe uthi indlela enaniphenya ngayo lana-ke indlela nje eyayingahlangene kunezinto wawuzazi ongazazi ezinye indlela le enanisebenza ngayo ngishilo ukuthi kwakunomphenyi okuyena-ke oholayo kwakuyena-ke ositshelayo noma oshoyo-ke ukuthi yenza lokhu wena noma omunye yenza lokhu.
And each and every member, my lord, will give reports according to what he was tasked, my lord, to the lead investigating officer, my lord, who is not just a lead investigating officer, my lord, he's a brigadier in the South African Police Service.
Futhi umuntu ngamunye-ke kulabo abanikezwe umsebenzi ukuthi bayowenza uzobuya-ke aze kulo okuyena ohola ithimba azosho ukuthi wenzeni utholeni kulokho abekwenza kulowo-ke ohola ithimba ongasiyona nje oholayo kodwa-ke obrigadier emaphoyiseni.
That's exactly my gist as a so-called brigadier in the South African Police Services. according to you, you did not have information that the team that he had assembled, or even he himself, went to the family members of the deceased to introduce himself or the team at large. Now my question is, are you then saying to this court that the manner in which you investigated this case was a fragmented one? One was doing whatever he wanted to do, the other one wanted to do whatever he did.
I think reference to Brigadier Gininda as a so-called brigadier is unacceptable.
So-called.
May Advocate Minister withdraw that, my lord.
I'm also a so-called judge. Doesn't worry me. Yes, continue. Sir.
I don't know who said that, my lord, that you are,
I'm
also
telling
a
you,
so-called
I'm telling
judge.
you that I am a so-called judge. Nobody called me that.
Who says that, my lord? That you are a so-called
Continue,
judge?
sir. It's Mr. Baloyi is objecting to you calling Gininda a so-called brigadier. So I say, even me, I'm a so-called judge. I don't have problems with that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it's fine, man. I mean, everybody, you know,
Yes.
people will call everybody a so-called.
Yes.
Yes, it's fine. Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
That is not what I am saying. As I said before, my lord, that each and every task that I was been given by Brigadier Gininda, I will go back and report to him what is it that I have done.
Asikhona-ke engikushoyo mina lokhu wena okushoyo ukuthi nje umuntu ebezenzela kwakhe noma omunye ayele ngishilo ukuthi uma kuwukuthi kunomsebenzi engiyonike uBrigadier Gininda ngangizobuya ngize kuyena-ke ngimtsheleke ukuthi ngenzeni ngalokho ebethe angiyokwenza.
Ma'am, you said what was your experience at the time at which you became part of this investigation team?
What was my experience?
Yeah, in the South African Police Services. How long have you been in the South African Police Services when you were appointed as part of the investigation team?
My lord, it could be that I was probably about 15 years in the South African Police Service, my lord, and in investigation, my lord, division, it could be maybe about 6 years. 6 or 8.
Kungenzeka ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso bayingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo la ngineminyaka ewu15 ngiyiphoyisa kodwa ke kule hlangothi lolu oliphenyayo mhlambe iminyaka ewu6 noma ewu8.
Yes, with a 16-year experience as a police, did you not see it necessary that as you are taking over investigation in this case, you needed to go introduce yourself to the family members of the deceased?
My lord, as for me, I have never received any instructions from Brigadier Gininda to say, go to the family of the deceased and introduce yourself. And as I have indicated that I don't know about them, if they have ever been to the family of the deceased or not.
Mina ke ngikhuluma ngami ke manje angikaze ngitshele uyena uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi hamba uye kumndeni ke uyozethula bona ke ukuthi manje uyingxenye ephenyayo kulecala ukuthi bona ke bakwenza lokho noma cha angibazi.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, must I then understand you to mean that you started to investigate the case without having seen the family members of the deceased?
Me, yes, that's correct, my lord.
Uma ukhuluma ngami ke yebo ngaqala uphenya ke icala ngakaze ngayobabona abomndeni.
Thank you. Now, you'd also recall that this incident happened at Foslores, at a particular house at Foslores. In terms of the evidence that is before court, there were 7 occupants in that house. Do you still remember that? Or do you know that?
I do know that, my lord.
Thank you.
Ukuthi ke kwakunabantu abangaki ke noma abantu abawu7 ngaphakathi ke endlini noma njengoba isigameko senzeka Foslores yebo ngiyakwazi lokho.
Now, when you took over this investigation in this case, did you ever take time to go and talk to those people?
My Lord, I still say that I have never received, my Lord, any instruction from Brigadier Kininda, my Lord, to say I must go and interview the people who were in the house.
Ingabe wahamba-ke noma nahamba-ke ukuthi niyokhulumisana nalabo bantu labo, ngisasho-ke ukuthi angikaze ngitshelwe-ke noma ngitholeke umlayezo othi suka kuyena uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi angihanga nje ngiyokhuluma nabo labo bantu labo ababesendlini.
The only person.
So what you're saying is that
Can I?
being, excuse me?
I'm proceeding.
What?
Just still proceeding.
Oh, okay, she
Yes,
still wants to
yes,
continue.
yes.
No, it's fine, continue.
My Lord, I remember now that there is only one person, my Lord, whom I went to obtain a statement from. That was according to the instruction.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula-ke manje ukuthi kunomuntu oyedwa engahamba-ke ngayothatha istatement kuyena-ke nalokho kusemuva kokuthi ngatshelwa-ke ukuthi angikwenze lokho.
Who's that person?
Is Mthokozi Sithwala.
Umthokozisi Sithwala loyo.
Thank you. And you went to Mthokozi Sithwala as per instructions from Mr. Kininda.
I went to him as per the instructions, my Lord, because I will
From Mr. Kininda.
from Brigadier Kininda.
Yes.
Ngaya-ke kuyena umthokozisi emuva kokuthi ngitsheliwe-ke uyena uBrigadier Kininda.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, am I then correct to understand you to be saying that you embarked in a process of investigation in this case without having a background from the people who were in the house as to what exactly could have happened at the time at which this incident took place?
My Lord, I still say I was acting on upon Brigadier Kininda's instruction, as he is the lead investigating officer, my Lord. He's the one, my Lord, who was driving an investigation as a senior member, as a lead investigating officer.
Ingabe uthi-ke manje naqala uphenyo-ke ningayanga kulaba bantu ababesendlini-ke niyozwa kubona-ke ukuthi banichazeleke ukuthi kwenzekani. Ngisasho-ke ukuthi mina ngisebenza ngokwalokho engangitshelwa uyena-ke uBrigadier Kininda nanjengoba kwakuyena oholayo.
My question is, as an investigator or as one of the investigators in this case, you embarked on a process of investigation in this case without having had visited or interviewed those people who were in the house to get a background of how exactly this incident took place. Is that what you're saying?
This is what I am saying, my Lord.
Ingabe uthi-ke naqala-ke uphenyo lolu ningazange niye-ke kubantu labo niyokhulumisana nabo nizwe kubona ukuthi kwenzekani yilokhu engikushoyo.
What was your basis for the investigation of this case, ma'am? Where did you get the information on what could have happened in the house?
My Lord, I was obviously briefed by the Brigadier, and also, my Lord, there are other statements which I have read.
Manje uma suphenya-ke ukuthi kwakuyini akuholayo-ke kutshelayo ukuthi-ke yini ekufanele uyenze noma uphenye-ke ukuthi ngitshelwe uyena-ke uBrigadier nokuthi futhi khona nezinye-ke iy'tatimende engangiyifunda.
What statements are those?
I can't remember now, but there are certain statements, my Lord, which I have read.
Angisayikhumbuli-ke manje ukuthi yiziphi kodwa zikhona-ke iy'tatimende engayifunda.
Would you like an opportunity to refresh your mind so that you are direct in answering my question when I say what statements are those?
No, my Lord, I do not want an opportunity, my Lord.
Ungabe ufuna ithuba yini lokuthi uyikhumbuzeke uzokwazi ukuthi uphendule ngqo-ke kulokhu kuzayo? Cha, angicela ithuba-ke.
Then what statements are those?
I don't know, because there are several statements which I have read.
Manje-ke yiziphi lezo zitatimende angazi ngoba kuney'tatimende-ke ey'ningi engayifunda.
Ma'am, it is common cause. It's an open secret that this case is investigated by two teams. the team that you also part of, and the other team, that comprises of Mr. Buthelezi, Ms. Buthelezi and Mr. Makubo. I take it you know that.
I am aware, my lord.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uyazi-ke ifihlo-ke nje lena-ke noma eyaziwa ke noma ubani-ke ukuthi bakunamathimba amabili-ke aphenyayo la yileli wena-ke ingxenye yalo naleli holwa noma kwakukhona uButhelezi noMakhubo. Yebo, ngiyakwazi lokho.
Did you and your team at any point had a meeting or meet the team that was comprising of Mr. Makubo and Ms. Buthelezi, meet just to discuss the nitty-gritties of this case, on how the investigation was, how far were they with their investigation, like as in the meeting of the minds? Did you ever do that?
My lord, there was one instance whereby Brigadier Kininda instructed me, my lord, to take the dockets, my lord, and meet Colonel Buthelezi, my lord, and make copies of all the dockets. That was the only incident whereby I have met with her.
Ingaba khona yini la nahlangana khona-ke leli okulona ithimba liyohlangana-ke naleli kaButhelezi kanye noMakhubo la nihlanganisa khona amakhanda-ke nikhulume-ke mayelana nophenyo lwaleli cala. Ngikhumbula nje ihlandla elilodwa la khona ngacela uyena uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi-ke angithathe idokodo ngiye kuyena-ke uButhelezi bese ngenza amakhophi-ke amadokodo. Yiloko nje kuphela engikhumbulayo.
So in a sense, what you're telling this court, there was never a stage where the two teams sat down and discussed the facts of the case. As members of the same employer, that is South African Police Services. You never did that, except for you two having went to Ms. Buthelezi to go and make copies of the docket that you've just referred to now.
My lord,
Yes.
me as Sergeant Mokhula,
Yeah.
I've never sat with them and discussed the case with them. I'm not sure about others.
Ngikhuluma ngami-ke manje uSergeant Mokhula angazi ngihlaleke nabo sidingideke noma sikhulume ngalo icala leli angazi-ke ngabanye.
Ma'am, if that happened, would you not have known about it?
No, my lord.
Uma kuwukuthi lokho akwenzekile ngabe ongeke ukwazi yini? Cha.
Why?
Simply because I'm not the lead investigating officer.
Isizathu salokho ngoba-ke akusimina ohola ithimba labaphenyi.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a second. Now, with your responses, when you find that the going is getting a bit tough, then you start to say, is this because I'm not the lead investigator? This is what I'm going to do, man. Just a second. You know the state prophet count number? Count number 3 against all these accused persons been a count of robbery with aggravating circumstances. And this is the summary on which they are basing that, that assertion or that allegation against this accused. They are saying in that upon or about the 26th of October 2014 and at or near Vosloorus in the district of Boksburg, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally assault Miss Kelly Kumalo, Gladness Kumalo, and did with force and violence take a Samsung S4 cellular phone, the property or in the lawful possession of Miss Kelly Kumalo or Gladness Kumalo, and did rob, it should have been them, her or them. So the state decided to only write her of the same. Aggravating circumstances present being the fact that the accused made use of a firearm. Are you aware of that charge against these accused persons?
That's correct, my lord.
Kunaleli cala-ke kumacala abawathiswayo abamangalela la kusolwa khona-ke ukuthi ngalo ilanga lesigameko bashaya-ke uKelly Khumalo, Gladness Khumalo, base bephuca futhi-ke umakhalekhukhwini noma bethatha umakhalekhukhwini obizwa ngokuthi i-S4 ngokuthi-ke ukona konke lokho kwasetshenziswa isibhamu. Uyalazi yini lelo cala? Yebo, ngiyalazi.
Thank you. And because you're not a lead investigator, certain things you do not know in this case. This is what happened. Mrs. Zandi Khumalo came and told this court that when the two intruders got into the house, the one who allegedly had a firearm, in fact, Makhumalo, that's now the old lady, realizing that there were foreigners in their house, grabbed a phone that was on a charger and took it upon herself. But unfortunately, the person who had a firearm realized that she was in possession of the firearm and hit her with an elbow and took the phone from her. Mpinde futhi.
Is that a question?
Did you hear what I said?
No, I was still waiting for you to pose a question. I thought you were just making
No,
a
it's a
statement.
background. Did I have asked you whether do you understand what I say?
No, I understand.
Good. That is what, amongst others, Mrs. Zandi Khumalo came and told this court. And the phone that was taken there, it was a Samsung S4. Do you understand?
I understand.
Kokunye-ke okukhulunywe uyena uZandi-ke ukuthi-ke kulaba abantu ababili-ke abangena khona lapho omunye wabo-ke wayephethe isibhamu uma wakhe-ke uyena-ke uMakhumalo wase-ke ethatha-ke umakhalekhukhwini owawuleli khona lapho kwakuyi-S4 lona-ke omunye-ke mbona-ke ukuthi umakhalekhukhwini lowo uthathile-ke wase emshaya-ke ngendololwane waphuca lowo makhalekhukhwini kuyena. Uthi yebo ngiyakuzwa-ke uma usho kanjalo.
Now, subsequent to what Zandi told this court, Ms. Zandi Khumalo told, well, I'll call her Zandi. There's nothing wrong in that. Judges are also sometimes called the so-called judges. So, subsequent to that, then we had a testimony.
Mr. Mnisi, just have a bit of respect.
As it is the court, my lord.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I deserve to be respected.
Yes.
I'm 78 years old. I've been 50 years in the profession.
Yes, my lord.
I'm sure I deserve to be respected.
As it is the court, my lord. Yes. Now, subsequent to that, Mr. Musia came, the person who took photos of the scene, came and gave his own testimony. Then as a defense, we requested his working copy. Now I'm giving you a background of what actually happened. We requested his working copy. That is all the photographs that he took in the house. In one of the photos, it subsequently transpired that there was a phone that appeared in one of his photos that was lying on the headrest of one of the sofas in the house, and that phone was identified as a Samsung S4. Do you understand that?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Umsiya-ke ma esezokuthi ubufakazi bakhe-ke wacelwa-ke ukuthi-ke akezeke naloko wayesebenza ngako iy'thombe-ke kwesinye-ke sey'thombe eza nazo-ke kunomakhalekhukhwini owabonakala-ke owawukhona laphayana kwakuyi-S4 ngiyakuzwa.
Now, in view of what is contained in count number 3 and the subsequent discovery of a cell phone that was lying on the headrest of a sofa, which was also a Samsung S4, do you have any comment?
No comment, my lord.
Manje-ke kulokhu-ke ebengifundele kona-ke ngithi yileli cala abathweswe ngalo ukuthi-ke bathatha umakhalekhukhwini naloko engiqeda ukusho-ke manje ukuthi kwesinye sey'thombe umsiya awayiletha la enkantolo kwatholakala ukuthi kwakunomakhalekhukhwini lapha khona ongafisa ukusho cha akukho.
Thank you. Let me tell you the significance of what I'm saying to you is, or the import of what I'm saying to you is, that in view of the latest discovery of a cell phone that was depicted, which was also a Samsung S4, that was depicted in Mr. Musia's working documents. That's simply indicative of the fact that there was no cell phone that was stolen in the house. Because when he came to take the photos, the cell phone was lying there.
As a court, please, my lord, that is not correct. My recollection is that one of the witnesses, and I think it's Mr. Tumelo Madala, identified that phone as his.
I did not hear the statement, my lord. May you please repeat?
My lord, we are saying that one of the witnesses did identify this cell phone as his, and according to the evidence, it was Mr. Tumelo Madlala. And in this regard, I just wish to refer the court to page 36 of the proceedings of 7 August 2023, wherein Mr. Madlala testified that he had a phone. It was a Samsung S3, white in color, that he was in possession of on the day. And my recollection is that he did say the phone that was subsequently discovered that Advocate Mnisi says it was an S4, it was actually an S3 that belonged to Mr. Madlala.
Mshushisike kuloko okushiwo kuyena-ke u-advocate Mnisi uyaphikisa-ke uthi uma kubhekwa-ke ubufakazi obethulwa-ke uyena-ke uTumelo Madlala ku-page 36 ngo-August ka-2023 wayikhomba-ke noma washo-ke ukuthi lo makhalekhukhwini u-advocate Mnisi akhuluma ngakho kwakumakhalekhukhwini wakhe yena Tumelo Madlala kwakuyi-Samsung S3 eyayimhlophe ngombala.
Yes, my lord, as I recollect the evidence of Tumelo Madlala, is that when the intruders came in, he took his phone, ran along with it into a particular room where there were children there, and hid it somewhere on the bedding there, in one of the blankets there. He was not specifically referring to this phone that was found that is depicted on the pictures of Mr. Musia that was on the couch. That is the import of what I'm saying, ma'am. In other words, this count number 3 against this accused number icon, against all these accused persons, is just flawed. It has got no basis. That is what I'm putting to you.
My lord,
as an investigating officer.
We object against that question. It's incorrect. I think if Advocate Mnisi were to rate the evidence of Tumelo Madlala in its entirety, he would not persist with that question. We submit that it should not be allowed.
So you're saying the assertion is incorrect?
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine. And he is saying that is the assertion,
Yes.
Mr. Mnisi. Fine. I will notarize that. And when I write the judgment,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
shall obviously have read all the evidence. Then I'll
That
make
is
a
correct,
finding.
my lords. Thank you.
Nanjengamanje-ke umshushisi uyacela ukuthi lo mbuzo ongavunyelwanga ungaqhubeki umehluleli uyasho ukuthi usho lokho umnumnisi usho lokho ngizothi-ke ekugcineni-ke uma sengifunda-ke i-judgment mayelana necala leli ngizobe ngifunde inhlangothi zombili.
What's your comment, ma'am?
My lord, what I know, what I can comment on, my lord, is that if there was no evidence, my lord, we will not be having this trial.
Mina-ke eyami impendulo kulokho ukuthi uma bekuwukuthi-ke besingenabo-ke ubufakazi ngabe-ke aliqulwa le cala.
Thank you. Let us proceed. Now you have in no uncertain term told this court that you never gave yourself time to go and consult with the witnesses who were in the house, except to have received information from Brigadier Kininda and having read statements that you can't remember now, not so?
My Lord, as I've indicated, my Lord, that there is one witness, my Lord, whom, as per the instruction of Brigadier Keninda, I confronted, my Lord, and obtained a statement from him.
Nanjengoba bese ngishilo-ke kubufakazi bami ukuthi-ke ngokuthunywa noma utshelwa uyena-ke uBrigadier Keninda ukuthi kunofakazi oyedwa-ke ngaya kuyena-ke ngase ngithola istatement kulowo fakazi loyo.
Thank you. Now, there's a description of the suspects who, according to the witnesses who were in the house, gave when they made their initial statements immediately the following day after after the incident had taken place. Do you understand?
I understand.
Kunalapho na-ke ofakazi-ke ilanga-ke lilandelayo emuva kokuthi sehlakalo senzeka la abachaza khona-ke abantu labo ababe basho ukuthi ibona abangena endlini.
Do you have a clue of a description that these witnesses gave of how the first intruder looked like when he got into the house?
No, my Lord.
Ingabe uyazi yini nokukhumbula yini-ke ukuthi yini abayisho bathi lo wokuqala owangena wayebukeka kanjani noma waye kanjani? Cha.
Do you know what description did the people who were in the house give as they gave their statement of how the second suspect, according to them, looked like when he got into the house on the date of the incident?
My Lord, what I can recall as I'm standing here, my Lord, is that one was short with dreadlocks, my Lord, and the other one was tall.
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi bathi uma bechaza lo wesibili owangena engikhumbulayo nanjengoba ngimelana-ke ukuthi bathi uma bebachaza bathi omunye-ke wayemfishane enama dreadlocks omunye emude.
Where did you get that from?
As I said, there are certain statements which I've read, and also I got the briefing from Brigadier Keninda.
Wakuthola phi-ke lokho nanjengoba ngishilo-ke ukuthi kuney'tatimende engayifunda nokuthi futhi-ke ngabriefwa-ke noma ngatshelwa-ke uyena uBrigadier Keninda.
This witness, whose statement that you read, that describe, I don't know which suspect, as short and dreadlocks, and the other one being tall. Which witnesses are those?
My Lord, I cannot say it in detail, my Lord, which witness is that, my Lord, but I know, my Lord, that there was a short suspect with dreadlocks and a tall suspect, my Lord.
Ibaphi-ke labafakazi labo abachaza ngaleyo ndlela-ke ukuthi omunye wayemfishane enama-dread omunye-ke emude. Angeke ngibasho-ke ngibachaze ukuthi ibaphi, kodwa ngiyazi nje ukuthi kulokho-ke engakuthola-ke ukuthi babemchaza omunye umfishane nama-dreadlocks omunye wayemude.
Thank you. Let me help you. Now, Mrs. Zandi Kumalo, the very first witness who the state called to come and testify about this incident, this is how he described one of the assailants, or the so-called assailants. That one, the first assailant, or the first intruder, had dreadlocks up to his neck. He was wearing a hat. He had big eyes which were protruding to the outside. And he also had facial contours as if his bones were protruding, or his bones were visible. Yes, visible. And he also had a shiny skin. Do you get that?
I understand.
Nayi-ke indlela-ke uZandile Khumalo angichaza ngayo-ke omunye wabo ukuthi wayemfishane enama-dreadlocks ayefica lana-ke entanyeni, nokuthi futhi-ke wayenamehlo amakhulu-ke aphumele ngaphandle, wayeney'khomo futhi-ke la kuyena-ke ebusweni nje ecwebezela. Yebo, ngiyakuzwa.
Is that what you could have found or discerned from Ms. Zandi's statement, Zandi Khumalo's statement, as you went through the statement, or you can't remember?
I can't remember.
Thank you.
Ingaba nawe yilokho-ke wakuthola-ke uma ufunda istatement esikaZandi Khumalo? Angikhumbuli.
Now, Mthokozi Sithwala described the first assailant in the following way. He was not light, not dark, just light. He had visible cheekbones with dreadlocks up to his neck. He was wearing a hat and also a jersey or a jacket. Is that what you could also discern from Mthokozi Sithwala's statement if you read it, or you can't remember as well?
I can't remember which
Thank you.
statement, my lord.
Ingabe nabo Mthokozisi-ke wathola lokhu akushoyo-ke noma usakhumbuli, ngoba yena-ke mkhumshe njengomuntu wayemfishane, wayenamehlo, wayenama-dreadlocks, wayefake ijaketi, angisakhumbuli-ke ukuthi siphi statement.
Now, under cross-examination, Mthokozi Sithwala went on to amplify the description that he gave in his statement. And this is what he said under cross-examination. That the first assailant, or the first intruder, was not really tall, but he was shorter. He was not dark, not light. He used the word cappuccino. He had the high cheekbones, which were longish. He also used the word izikomo. He also had dreadlocks up to his neck. That is what he told this court as a full description of the first assailant. Did you get that?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke ukuthi uthini-ke uthe uma eseqhubeka-ke noma esho-ke kubufakazi bakhe-ke uMthokozisi uma esemchaza-ke ukuthi-ke lo muntu lona-ke wayengempofu-ke nokuthi futhi-ke wayeney'khomo ngendlela awayisho ngayo, wasesebenzisa-ke negama elithi-ke cappuccino. Ngiyakuzwa.
Then finally, Mr. Madlala, Tumelo Madlala, actually not finally, Tumelo Madlala went on to describe the first assailant as a person with dreadlocks and big eyes. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke uma uthi uTumelo yena wamthatha nanjengomuntu-ke owayenamehlo amakhulu kanye futhi namadread.
Thank you. Now, because in the case that you are investigating, you said there are certain things that you know about this case, and there are certain things that you do not know about this case, and I can't fault you on that. This is a description that the witnesses gave of the person who they allege was wielding a firearm when he got into the house. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Nanjengoba-ke khona ushilo ukuthi khona ongakwazi khona okwaziyo ukuqala indlela-ke abantu laba abasendlini-ke abathi lo wayephethe isibhamu wayebukeka ngayo. Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. My Lord, it has been indicated to me that probably it's an opportune time to request on behalf of my colleagues and all Sunri that we take a short adjournment.
Yeah, okay, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam. I had just gave you a description as a form of a background of the first intruder, as was alluded to by the witnesses who in the house. It's just to your benefit because you don't know what is happening in the case docket. Now further on.
You are incorrect to say I do not know. I did say there were several statements which I have read. So I have the background of the case.
Thank you. Now further on. Before I come to this, just a second. Yes. Now further on, if my memory serves me well, I think there's a statement that was introduced into evidence when Mr. Mgomezulu, my colleague for accused number 1, had a session with you. A statement from that was deposed to by Mr. Longwetwala. In that statement, he referred to the description of a firearm that was allegedly toted or wielded by the first perpetrator as a 3.38 revolver special. Do you still remember that?
I do remember, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakhumbula-ke Mr. Mgomezulu embuza-ke nge-statement sikaLongwetwala la esikhuluma khona-ke nge.38 special revolver.
Now, Longwetwala is a state witness. We are aware of that, not so? Or he's listed as one of the witnesses in the state witnesses in the list of state witnesses, not so? We are aware of that.
That's correct, my lord.
Ukhona-ke uLongwetwala uhlala ofakazi bombuso.
Thank you. Now, it is not in dispute that Mr. Longwetwala was one of the occupants, 7 adult occupants in the house who witnessed how this incident happened. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Akusona-ke noma-ke uLongwetwala omunye wabantu ababekhona-ke ngaphakathi endlini ababona-ke ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani lokhu ngiyabuzwa.
Now, Mr. Toilet, are you aware or do you have a knowledge as to how many statements did Mr. Twala submit in the course of this case?
My lord, I can't say for sure how many statements, but I can confirm, my lord, that I think it's more than one.
Thank you.
Anginaso-ke isiqiniseko sokuthi iy'tatimende awazenza zingaphike kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi sidlulile kwesisodwa.
Thank you. Now, in one of the statements that Mr. Twala gave as a witness on how this incident happened, when the state is going to call him, and I've got all the reasons in the world to believe that the state is going to call him, because if they don't, we are going to request as a defense that the state should assist us to get hold of Mr. Twala to come and testify for us in the defense case. Now, that's a challenge that I'm putting, it's a request that I'm forwarding to the state. Now, amongst others, if the state were to call him in the presentation of their case, this is what he's going to say. If they don't call him and we call him as a defense witness, this is what he will come and say, amongst others. That in his description of the first intruder, that a person who allegedly had a firearm when he got into the house. This is what he's going to say amongst others. Just as Kelly was about to tell the joke, I noticed the two black guys, one tall, light in complexion, and the other one with dreadlocks, was short and dark in complexion. He was wearing a khaki jacket. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. The first guy went towards Kelly with the shorter one following him. The one with dreadlocks brandished the firearm and demanded the cell phones and money in isiZulu. I just paused there. Did you get that?
I understand, my lord.
Lana ke ulongwe kochaza labo babili ke ethi ke kwakunalona ke owayemfishane enama dreadlocks ke othi ke wayemnyama ke bese kunalona omude athi yena ke owayekhanya bese lona omude walandela uKelly. Uthi lokho kwenzeka ngaphambi nje ukuthi ke uKelly ke kukhona ke joke awazoyenza bese ngena labantu nalona futhi omfishane wabe eseyamlandela.
Thank you, my lord. We've already raised our objection against the use of unrestricted use of a statement by a witness which statement hasn't been proven. We're not going to repeat our objection. This witness, it's unfair to confront this witness about what another witness says in a statement that hasn't been proven to start with. And secondly, to expect the witness to comment on something that she didn't testify about. In cross-examination, it's perfectly admissible if a witness testifies about a certain aspect. If, say, for instance, a witness says, when I crossed the intersection, the robot was red.
Objection, my lord. The robot is irrelevant. What is the basis of the objection? Let Mr. Malloy get straight to the point so that I respond. You don't have to make example about robots and everything. We're not dealing with robots here.
Yes, I'm just trying to give an example, my lord.
That is an irrelevant example.
Yes, if I can just make the point, my lord. If a witness comes and says and testifies about a certain point, and I'm just giving an example and says, when I enter the intersection, the robot is red, it's perfectly admissible in cross-examination to say, I'm sitting with a statement of witness X who will contradict what you're saying and will say the robot was actually on amber when you cross the intersection. That is perfectly permissible. But then to read out the entire statement of a witness and expect a witness who did not testify about that point to comment, we submit, my lord, that that type of cross-examination, it's not admissible. There's literature about on the art of cross-examination, and we submit, my lord, that this is not the type of cross-examination that those authors.
Which book are you quoting?
Yeah, there's one technique on
Technique
litigation.
of litigation.
Yes.
Yes, I know it.
Yes.
I read it this way, that way, and that way.
Yes. And the author there says, well, it's perfectly permissible to confront a witness if he's testified about a certain point, to say there'll be another witness who will contradict what you say. But, my lord, to confront a witness who hasn't testified about a point, about the statement of a certain witness, we submit, my lord, that is not admissible.
Yes, Mr. Misi, you can continue.
Thank you, my lord. In any event, my lord.
I said you can continue.
Thank you. I'm continuing, my lord. But before I continue, there's a message that I'm receiving from the accused to the effect that they are feeling very cold. They're saying it's freezing. So I don't know if there is something that can be done about it.
Where's the court orderly? The
aircon probably to be
air
lowered.
conditioning to be switched off. Where's the court orderly? Can you please switch off the aircon? Okay, yeah, okay.
Thank you, my lord. Well, the gist of what I'm putting it to you is the description that Mr. Longwe gave when he gave his statement of the perpetrators or of the intruders that got into the house. We are not strange to this, you are an investigating officer.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Now, he says, the first intruder, that's now the person who was wielding a firearm, had dreadlocks, he was short, and he was dark in complexion. Now, the second perpetrator, he says, he was tall and he was light in complexion. Do you understand?
I understand, my
Thank
lord.
you.
Ngiyakuzwa umfundela ukuthi uLongwe mayibachaza ke laba babili omoya emfishane nama-dreadlocks ethi ke mnyama ke yena-ke omunye ke emude kodwa ekhanya ke ngebala.
Now, I don't want to argue this point. This is information that was discovered to the defense by the state. In other words, it is this some of the basis on which the state decided to match this accused person to come before court here. It's a document that comes from the state itself. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke uma uthi la ufunda khona ke kubuya kuwona ke umbuso ikona ke futhi noma kuyingxenye kwaloko ekupholele kuthini ke kulethwe laba bamangalelwa abaphambi kwenkantolo.
Thank you, madam. Now, further on, in the course of investigation of this case, the state also approached a facial image analyst, Mrs. Steenekamp. Let me just get her names. Amanda Weiss Steenekamp. She is a warrant officer who assisted the state in a compilation of identikits of the perpetrators who got into the house. She interviewed the people who were in the house, and they went on to give her the description of the two intruders that got into the house. Do you follow?
I'm following.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke noma uthi ke kukhona ke no warrant officer Steenekamp okuyena ke labantu noma laba bathi bawofakazi babe khona ke abamchazela ukuthi babe kanjani labantu babe eseyadweba yena.
This is also information that came from the state. It is also a basis on which the state decided to have this accused person before court here. State can then not now disown this information. But this is the point that I'm making. Mrs. Steenekamp, now this is a background. I hope you have it as investigating officer. Now, Mr. Steenekamp went on to interview the people who were in the house. And the people in the house went on to give the description of what they saw on the perpetrators, and she went on the basis of that description because she's an expert in this identity kit field. Then she went on to compile this identity kit. Now, the first person that she interviewed, Ms. Steenekamp, I know this is hearsay. I'm going to request that it be provisionally admitted. Ms. Steenekamp will come and testify to this effect. That's my application, madam. Now, Ms. Steenekamp, in her affidavit, this is what she said about the description that she got from the people that she interviewed as she wanted to compile this identity kit. This is what she says. She says, amongst others, I interviewed several witnesses individually. My first witness was Kelly Kumar. Kelly told me in short that, sorry, thank you. I can see the state has been very considerate to assist the witness with a copy of what I'm reading. Thank you, Mr. Advocate Badar. Kelly told me, in short, that she and the deceased walked into a convenience store. Upon return, Kelly, the deceased, family member and friends had a smoke outside their house. Miss Kumalo called them inside to say goodbye. They sat down and started chatting again. Kelly was sitting near the kitchen when she saw two unknown African males entering the house. Suspect A appeared very aggressive and demanded cell phones and money. Now, from the testimony of the witnesses in the house, we know that the person who demanded money, we heard that the person who demanded money from the occupants of their house and cell phone was the person that wielded the firearm. Do you follow?
I follow, my lord.
Thank you. Now, this suspect approached Kelly and the deceased jumped up towards suspect A. That's now the suspect who demanded the money. A scuffle between suspect A and the deceased started. The next moment, Kelly had two gunshots. She gave the following description of suspect A. That he was an African male in his mid-20s, dark brown, shiny complexion, dreadlock hairstyle, no scars, no facial hair, a golden insert in his upper teeth. The language that he spoke was a local Zulu. He was wearing a brown jacket with a woolen collar. He was not thin in appearance. Suspect A entered the house first. He was armed with an old black revolver. Kelly could not describe the second suspect. After compilation, she was satisfied with the ID kit. She compiled the face with the headgear. Did you get that?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke lokho ungifundela khona lana ke emuva kokuthi noma ke ngiyena usitshene ekamp lona ngakhulumisana ke nofakazi abahlukene ufakazi wami ukubala kwaba uKelly Khumalo. uKelly wangitshela nje kafishane ukuthi yena noMufi babebuya esitolo. Uma bebuya ke kanye nomngane wabo kanye nelunga lomndeni bema ngaphandle ke bebhema uma kaKelly wababizela ngaphakathi bazovalelisa bahlala phansi bakhulumisana. uKelly wayehlezi eduze nasekhishini wabona nje abantu ababili angabazi bengena endlini. Owokuqala ke kwakubukeka kuyena ke owayengancengike sefuna ama cellphones nemali weza kuKelly wase esukuma ke uMufi eya kuyena ke lo wokuqala ila abalwisana khona. Uthe uma emchaza emuva kwalokho uKelly wasezwa ke uqhuma kwesibhamu amahlandla amabili wamchaza ngalendlela elandelayo umuntu omnyama ongaba kweminyaka ngaba ku20 nokuthi ke futhi la ubuso bakhe ke waye dark brown ngendlela amchaza ngayo futhi nanama dreadlocks wayengalimele la ebusweni waye futhi ke wayenegolida wayenayo kwizinyo lakhe langaphezulu ekhuluma isiZulu wayefake futhi ijacket eyibrown futhi ngabukeki ke ngathi ke umuntu wayebukeka ehlanzekile la kuyena emzimbeni. Uyena wangena kuqala endlini wayephethe isibhamu esasimnyama ngombala. uKelly akazange akwazi ukumchaza owesibili. Futhi ke emuva kokuthi umdwebo lo ngiwenzile waye wona uKelly washo ke ukuthi cha wenyemeke ngalokho engikudwebile.
Thank you. There's just one correction out of respect that I would love to be interpreted properly. Kelly said, according to Ms. Tienekamp, this perpetrator was armed with an old black revolver, not just a gun. In other words, Mr. Jonas, what I'm saying is, when you interpreted, you said, Kelly, according to Mr. Steenekamp, Kelly said, this perpetrator was armed with an old black gun, Ispam. Now, what is mentioned here is that it was an old black revolver.
Uthi kusetshenziswa kwakuyi-black revolver eyayindala emnyama ngombala.
Thank you. Do you follow me?
I'm following, my lord.
Thank you. Now, this is a description. Oh. Excuse me, my lord. My attention.
Yeah.
Accused number 3 is requesting me to approach him.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Are you still standing? Hello? Standing up. You don't, if you want to sit, you can sit.
No, my lord, I'm fine.
Okay.
As it please the court, my lord. It's just a correction that apparently Mr. Jonas, and when he interpreted, indicated that I say that the suspect had an old black firearm. It is not me, it is what I'm reading here. I don't think that's just a train smash, my lord. I think that has been corrected.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you. Now, this is all, ma'am, a description. I think this is now the description of the gun-toting intruder as it was said by Mrs. Zandi Kumalo, Togozi Sitwala, Mr. Madlala, and now it is Kelly Kumalo. There's a golden thread that runs throughout their description of this witness who was a gun toter. That he was dark in complexion. Did you get that?
I understand.
Thank you.
Lana indlela abamchaza ngayo lena, you said witness, you mean to say suspect?
Excuse me?
You said witness.
Yes, as is described by following witnesses, Mrs. Andy Kumalo, Mtogozi Sitwala, Tumelo Madlala, and Kelly Kumalo.
But then you said this is how you describe this witness.
No, this perpetrator. Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
Indlela ke lena abamchaza ngayo abamsho ngayo ke bonke labantu uZandi umthokozisi uTumelo manje ke sekukheli ke kodwa ke kuko konke lokho la okuhlangana khona ke ukuthi uma bemchaza ke lo muntu ke bathi umuntu owayedark noma ke owayensundu noma owemnyama ngebala.
Thank you. Now, some of these witnesses who were in the house that I've referred to, they also describe this intruder with the dreadlocks that he wore on that particular day. They say he wore dreadlocks that came to, or that went up to his neck area. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Uzwa ke nama uthi ke bonke uma bemchaza ke bamchaze ngalama dread abathi ke ayema noma ke afica khona la yena emqaleni.
Thank you. Now, further on, Longwetwala, I think I just omitted to mention as well. Longwetwala is also one of the witnesses who also described this first perpetrator, the gun-toting perpetrator, as a dark person as well. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Engikushiyile-ke ukuthi nje ngisho ukuthi nolongo ethwala naye umchaza ngale ndlela-ke eyodwa abanye lana abamchaza ngayo ngiyakuzwa.
Now, over and above that, the witnesses, Longwetwala and Ukeli Kumalo, go on to describe the type of a firearm that this gun-toting intruder had in his possession on that day, and they're describing it as a revolver. Not just a firearm, but they are very specific, a revolver. Kelly says, according to Mr. Nekam that we're going to call, that it was an all-black revolver. And Longotwala says it was a .38 special revolver. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Bese
Thank you.
kuthi phakathi kwakhe-ke uKelly noLongwe-ke uma bekhuluma ngalesi sibhamu bakhuluma nge-revolver. uKelly uze athi emnyama endala, uLongwe yena-ke athi yi.38 special revolver. Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, Mr. Madlala. Yes, Mr. Madlala. When he gave his testimony here, he told this court that the type of a firearm that this gun-toting intruder had was a firearm which looked like as if it had a wheel. Those were his words. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Thank you.
uTumela Madlala-ke kubufakazi bakhe-ke uthe noma isichaza lesi sibhamu wathi asibukeka nanjengalesi sibhamu lesi esinesondo. Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. Now, this intruder, the gun-wielding intruder that we've been busy with all along, the state's narrative is that was accused number 3, the gentleman that I'm representing. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Manje-ke umbuso noma lo muntu esikhuluma ngaye lana noma kulaba ababili abangenelela-ke lona abakhuluma ngaye noma esikhuluma ngaye lana ekuthiwa uyena owayephethe isibhamu, umbuso wona-ke uthi ulo engimele mina unumber 3. Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, some of the witnesses, I think Mrs. Andy Kumalo and I can't remember who else, say that this very same person, this person who had a firearm in his possession also had a hat when he got into the house. And when they went away, apparently the hat fell down and it was later discovered by members of the LCRC, Mr. Musia, and they took it for DNA analysis. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Manje-ke abanye uZandi-ke nomunye-ke ufakazi engasakhumbuleki ukuthi ubani-ke bathi uma bekhuluma-ke ngalo muntu lona-ke wayefake noma wayenesigqoko-ke wayesithwele uma sebehamba-ke isigqoko leso sawa sasala khona lapho sase sithathwa-ke amaphoyisa asebenza ngaphansi kwe-LCRC umsiya. Ngiyakuzwa.
Now, a quick one on the head. You would recall, just as a way of a background, that this head was taken to the forensic science laboratory. They were able to extract some DNA from that head. Later on, you then went to accused number 3. I'm going to be specific now, amongst others. You got his DNA sample. I think it was Mr. Tsiye. Yes, Mr. Tsiye got his DNA samples. There was a comparison of the DNA profile that was found in the head and the DNA samples that were recovered from accused number 3, and the results of those analyses are what are contained in Exhibit X3, which say that the donors of the following reference samples were excluded of the donors of the DNA on the swab that are mentioned in that report. In other words, the DNA that was found in the head that was left by the suspect in the house could not be matched with the DNA that was taken from accused number 3. In other words, it was negative. Do you follow?
With regard to the head.
With regard to the head, yes.
My Lord, I'm not sure if I'm correct, but what I know with regard to the head, it's that the results was that it had mixed DNA.
Manje lana ke njengoba leso sigqoko leso sathathwa ke sahanjiswa ke kuyocwaningwa ke kwase ke wena ke kanye naye utsiye neza ke na ke umangalelo wesithathu ila enathatha kuyena amasample kuyena ke uma manje sekucwaninga ke sehlanganiswa ke kwatholakala ukuthi la athathwa kuyena unumber 3 kanye nala ahlanganiswa ke nesigqoko akuzange kube khona ukuhlangana ukuthi kuthiwa hayi cha ngempela la athathwe kunumber 3 ayahlangana nala athathwe kusona isigqoko. Mephendula ke uthi uma ngikhumbula kahle ke ngicabanga ukuthi kwisigqoko uma kwasebecwaningile bathe imiphumela yathi kwakune ba iloko abakubiza ngokuthi kwakuhlangahlangane kwakumix lokho kwatholakala kusona isigqoko.
No, that is not what the report says. The report is very specific. They found DNA in the head which could not be matched with the DNA from accused number 3. Simple and straightforward as that.
What the witness is saying is correct. That's
Yeah,
why
that's
the
the
expert
evidence.
says that it was
It was
it's a
mixed.
mixture.
That's the evidence I listened to.
Then the final analysis, the results that the expert came and gave this court was that, and I'm going to read what the expert said. The expert said that the donors of the following references, Ms. MZ Mapisa, BS Ntanzi, Mnube Fisokuhle Ntuli, and Sibia MS, were excluded as donors as the donors of the DNA. The result do not speak of a mixture. It speaks of being excluded. But nonetheless, we'll argue that point. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I just wanted everything to be on record. Do you understand?
I understand, my Lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyakuzwa ke afundiwe kamagama lana ke ukuthi ke na okwatholakala noma imiphumela ke nanjengamagama ebhaliwe uMZ Maphisa, uNtanzi, uNcube, uNtuli Fisokuhle noSibiya MS ukuthi ke abazange kutholakala ke ukuthi bangabayafaka kodwa ke babekhishwa ke kulawo ma samples noma kuyona imiphumela leyo.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, having sketched this background, that I have so painstakingly done, with your 16-year experience and as a seasoned investigating officer, as you take into account that the DNA did not link accused number 3, and I'm not saying to you make a judgment. I just want your opinion. I'm not inviting you to pass a judgment. I'm only saying you what your opinion is. Do you understand?
I understand.
Thank you. The DNA on the head, having excluded accused number 3 as a donor. In other words, the head did not belong to, he was not the person that was wearing the head in the house. That's number 1. Number 2, in view of the so detailed description of the person who had a firearm, the intruder who had a firearm when they got into the house, would you say, from the solitude of your conscience, and I'm not saying pass a judgment, I'm saying just comment, that includes accused number 3. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know because you are not there. What is your comment?
No comment, my lord.
Thank you.
Manje ke kulokufakazika noma kulokhu esengikudobele kona ke manje ukuthi lana ke ku-DNA kutholakale ukuthi ke khona ke ayikho eyakhe efundwayo noma etholakalayo noma ke iyamkhipha ummangalela umsolo wesithathu nokuthi futhi ke ngale ndlela ofakazi abamchaze ngayo esengikufundele yona ungathi lokho kuyamfaka yini umsolo wesithathu akukho engaphawula kulokho.
Thank you, ma'am. That is honesty in its superlative degree. And that is sincerity in its superlative degree. Now, this is what accused number 3 would come tell this court. If needs be, now we will come and say to this court, maybe before I come to that point, let me refer you again to one last point. The state introduced in its evidence Exhibit S, which was a photo album of photos that the state compiled from the cell phone where a person stores their photos in their cell phone. What do they call that again? Photo file or photo profile. No. I don't know what they call it, but these are photos that they got from accused number 3's phone. The state introduced that as Exhibit S. Normally, when we go to Exhibit S, the state will assist us by showing them on the screen. I realize that Mr. Sibande today is not interested in showing us, but nonetheless, there's a photo here, Exhibit S. I don't know. I'm going to show you this photo. I'm going to show you that photo. You can pass it over. I don't know what photo is that, but it's written down there, photo 175. Oh, Singapore. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I think my plea did not fall on deaf ears. Mr. Sibande just jumped up and is preparing to film this photo on the screen so that it can be visible to all of us here. May we just give him an opportunity to do that, Madam. Thank you.
The witness does have a photo, my lord, so we can continue.
Oh, yeah. You got it. 157, is it?
It's my lord.
175.
I have it, my lord.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam. So I can proceed, Madam.
Yes.
Why is they trying to assist us? Thank you. Now, again, this is the state's case, that on the day on which the incident happened, That is now the 26th of October 2014. The picture that you see there depicts accused number 3, the gentleman that is squatting there in the, I don't know, whitish clothes or semi-whitish clothes there. Do you see? There are two guys there. I'm not referring to the one that is wearing blue and a cap, but I'm referring to the one that is squatting. Both of them are squatting. I'm referring to the one that is wearing lightish clothes. Do you see?
I see, my lord.
Thank you. Now that is accused number 3, Mr. Mnubi. The other gentleman there, I'm trying to identify him. I don't want to mislead the court. I don't know who that gentleman is. But I can for certain tell you that the gentleman that is wearing white, lightish clothes is accused number 3. Now the state's narrative or the state's story or the story that the state has brought to this court is that on the day on which this incident happened, that is now the 26th of October 2014, just plus minus 3 to 4 hours, 3, 4, 5 hours before it happened, accused number 3, this is how he looked like. The state is alleging that this photo was taken on the 26th of October 2014 at 11:52. That is in the morning, 11:52. Now, you would see in that photo that accused number 3 has got dreadlocks, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Manje-ke kulesi sithombe lesi uyabona-ke ukuthi kunabantu ababili abalaphayana. Ngiyasho-ke kwena-ke manje ukuthi-ke lona-ke ohlezi ngaphambili-ke bobabili-ke bahlezi ngendlela efanayo, kodwa ngikhulumi ngale ogqoke ikepu ofake ikepusi, kodwa lo hlezi-ke ngaphambili ukuthi uyena-ke umsola wesithathu. Futhi-ke umbuso uthi-ke ngalela langa lange-26 October 2014 nje umahora amane noma amahlanu ngaphambi kwesigameko lesi indlela-ke awayengayo noma awayebukeka engayo-ke umangalo wesithathu leyana.
Yeah, no, Mr. Sibande has tried to assist us with the photo there, but I think the quality is a little bit not so good. That one is blurred. Let's proceed with the one that is on the picture, but it's just a replication of what everybody is seeing in the screen there. Let me see. Now again, is it correct that in terms of this picture, accused number 3 has got braided dreadlocks that go up to that go up to his shoulders? Is that what you also see?
As per the photo, my lord, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Manje kulesi sithombe-ke angithi uma ubuka-ke ama-dread lana anawo-ke ukuthi-ke aphela emahlombe, uthi yebo ngokwesithombe kanjalo.
They are long, not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo made.
Thank you. Is this not a direct contrast with what the state witnesses has described the first intruder as a person who had dreadlocks that went up to his neck? It's a question.
Please, may you please repeat the question?
The question is, as you look at this picture, which the state says accused number 3 on the 26th of October looked like this, as depicted in the photo, is this therefore not a direct contrast with what the state witnesses gave as a description of the dreadlocks that he had on that day, when they said that the intruder who was wielding a firearm, who the state wants to say is accused number 3, had dreadlocks that actually came to his neck? Is that not so?
As a court case, my lord, I think that is a point that my learned friend can debate during argument.
I haven't heard that kind of an objection, my lord. I don't know whether it is the objection is on the basis of the fact that my question is fair or it is unfair, whether I'm badgering the witness, whether I'm putting something that is wrong to this witness or what. It's just a comment. I'm trying to siphon a comment from this witness based on what has been said in this whole trial. She can simply say, I don't have a comment.
My learned friend is trying to ask the witness to usurp the function of the court. It is the function of the court that will make a determination. Now he's asking this witness an opinion.
Yes.
And the opinion of a witness is irrelevant. This court is seized with those issues and it's for the court to make their determination.
Kumbuzo obuzwayo ke kummeli ukuthi manje ke lokho kubonayo lana akushayisani akuphikisani yini nokufakazi ke obethule kule nkantolo abo ofakazi bethi ke lama threats abephela khona lana ke entanyeni sethi umshushisi ke ikuyile nkantolo ke ekuzofanele ikhathi isinqumo ke ngalokho hayi ukuthi acele ufakazi ukuthi alethe uvo lwakhe mayelana nalokho.
Yes, Mr. Minister, they say opinion evidence is irrelevant because this witness was not inside that house.
Yes, my lord.
And this witness
Yes.
has not given evidence
Yes.
about viewing or seeing the alleged accused number 3
Yes,
on
my
that day.
lord. Yes, my lord.
So it's all opinion. That's what is correctly argued, Mr. Baloyi. This description which you have been elucidating
Yes,
to the
my
court,
lord.
all these descriptions are given by witnesses, not this one.
Yes, my lord.
If you put that to Kelly Kumalo,
Yes, my lord.
then it's admissible. You put that to Mtotogisi,
Yes, my lord.
you put that to Longwe,
Yes, my lord.
fine.
Thank you, my lord.
But this witness was having coffee maybe in Bloemfontein that day.
She was having coffee in Bloemfontein, my lord.
Yeah, that's what I said. She understands what I mean.
Oh, okay, no, thank you, my lord. I may not proceed with this question, my lord.
Uthi inkantolo noma ke lokho lo ngawusoma lokho abalufakazi laba bethi bona ke babekhona ke endlini abolombe abokheli abozandile abanye kodwa hayi lona yena ke ongakaze afakazeke ukuthi wambona ke lo oyikuthiwa uyena ke uma wesithathu ngalelo langa.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Just okay, ma'am. Now, this is what you've been requested not to comment on that one. I welcome the suggestion. But now this is what accused number 3 would come and tell this court. That that number 1, he never had shot dreadlocks as described by the witnesses as they were describing the first intruder who got into their house with a firearm in his possession on the 26th of October 2014. What's your comment?
My Lord, my comment is that an investigation, my Lord, that I am involved in, my Lord, has identified, my Lord, the 5 accused as the people, my Lord, who shot the deceased.
Thank you.
Manje ke uma isidingo sikhona ke sekuthi ke noma kufuneka ukuthi umsumangalo wesithathu azoma lana ke ayiphenduleleke kwinsolo lezi ke uzothi kokuqala ke akaze abe nawo ke ama-threat amafishane ngalendlela ofakazi abachaze ngayo ukuthi lo wokuqala owangena owayephethe isibhamu wayenawo ke impendulo ithi ke kufake uphenyo ke engiyingxenye noma engibe ingxenye yalo lolo phenyo ke uphenyo oluholele ubonaka abamangalelwa laba abahlezi phambi kwenkantolo ke namhlanje nanjengabantu ababekhona abangena loyamuzi base bedubula yena umufi.
Thank you. Number two, if needs be, he will come and tell this court that he had never been a dark person or a cappuccino or a shiny person in his life, particularly on the 24th of October 2014. He has always been having a very light skin complexion. He has always been, when people met him, they always mistook him to a colored. He had never changed colors. He had never been a chameleon. He had always been like this. Any comment?
My Lord, I still say investigations, my Lord, point him, my Lord, as the suspect.
Futhi ke nangobe bala ke akakaze ashintsheke nangelendlela ke bona ke noma abanye ofakazi noma ofakazi laba abamchaze ngayo ke ibala lakhe kade labanjena ke futhi ke abantu babeze benze iphutha ke bacabangeke ukuthi ke uyikhaladi ke kodwa yena akakaze nje ashintshe ibala uthi ke uphenyo ke luholele thini ke uyena loyomsomo.
Now number three. He never went into the Kumalos. Or he never was one of the two assailants or intruders who went into the Kumalos who had a revolver in his possession. As it was mentioned by Kelly, Longwe, and amongst others, Mr. Madlala. What's your comment?
My Lord, I still say, my Lord, investigations, my Lord, has revealed that he was, my Lord, involved in the murder of the deceased.
Okwesithathu ke ukuthi akakaze ke aye kwakhumalo akakaze abe umunye ke kulabo ababili ekuthiwa yibona ke abangena ke khona lapho phakathi ke ephethe futhi ke isibhamu ke lapho kwakhumalo nanjengoba kushiwo echaziwe ke uKelly uLonge kanye futhi nabanye ke ofakazi nanjengoba besengishilo ke ukuthi uphenyo lona ke lisikhombile ke ukuthi yebo ke omunye walabo ababekhona ke lapho babulala yena umufi.
Further on, if needs be, he will come and tell this court that he was never involved in the killing of the deceased here, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. What's your comment?
I comment the same, my Lord, that the investigations, my Lord, has pointed him as the suspect.
Thank you.
Okunye futhi ukuthi ke akakaze ke abe ingxenye ke yokubulawa kwakhe ke umufi lana uSenzo Meyiwa ngisaphinde ngiyasho ke ukuthi uphenyo imkhombe nanje ngomunye ke wabasola.
Thank you. Further on, he will say that all the allegations that the state preferred against him in terms of the charges that I've mentioned in count number 2, which is attempted murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, the possession of a firearm and the possession of ammunition on that day, he was not involved in that incident.
I still say, my Lord, investigations, my Lord, revealed that he was involved.
Futhi ke neinsolo lezi ke ayitheswayo zonke le insolo lezi ke ngokuthi mayelana nesigameko leso senzeka ngalelo langa lelo uthi akazi lutho ngazo ngisasho ke futhi ukuthi ke uphenyo lukhombile ukuthi wayeyingxenye.
Thank you. He will further told to this court, if needs be, that you don't know how the deceased was killed, whether he was killed by 13 people, whether he was killed by 3 people, whether he was killed by 6 people. He wasn't there. He has got no explanation to give because he was not there.
My comment is that, my Lord, investigations, my Lord, has revealed that he was involved in the murder of the deceased.
Okunye futhi ke akushoyo ke ukuthi akazi ukuthi ke wabulawa kanjani umufi noma abantu abawu13 abawu6 abathathu ngoba wayengekho lapho ngisaphinde ngiyasho ke ukuthi ke uphenyo ke lona ke utshengisile ke ukuthi ke waye ekhona lapho noma wayengxenye yokubulawa kwakhe umufi.
Thank you. You keep on mentioning that according to investigation, it has been demonstrated that he was there. What is the nature of that investigation?
My Lord,
Yes.
must I point everything out for you?
Yes.
My Lord, as I've said that there are statements, my Lord, which I have read,
Yes.
and also, my Lord, I got the briefing from Brigadier Keninda, my Lord.
You
What I
got-
can,
sorry,
the
sorry
briefing-
to interject. I did not get that one. What did you get from Mr. Keninda?
brief,
Or a
briefing.
brief
Yes.
or briefing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interject, ma'am. I'm sorry. Right, you may proceed.
Yes, my Lord. And my Lord, there was a downloading that was done, my Lord.
Nanjengoba umane uphendula ke umane uthi ke uphenyo luveze awusho ngalo uphenyo okhuluma ngalo uphenyo kanjani ngishilo ukuthi kunezitatimende engayifunda ukutshelwa ke noma ke ubriefa uyena uBrigadier Keninda ikhona futhi ke ne-downloading eyenziwa.
My Lord, and there were photos, my Lord, that were recovered, my Lord, which match, my Lord, the description of the witnesses, my Lord, the statements of the witnesses, my Lord, who were in the house.
Futhi ke kunezithombe ezatholakala ke izithombe lezo ke uma usubheka manje ke itatimende zabofakazi labo abasendlini ke ezihlanganayo ke naleyo nkulumo noma lokho okushiwo yilabo fakazi.
A firearm, my Lord, was recovered.
Nesibhamu esatholakala.
And also the DNA, my Lord, even though it does not say, my Lord, conclusively, my Lord, but as I have explained in this court, my Lord, that it was explained to me, my Lord, what is the meaning, my Lord, of what was put in that affidavit to say there was not enough, my Lord, to determine, my Lord, if he was to determine, my Lord, in the DNA, my Lord, that will draw a conclusion, my Lord, to say it's 100%, my Lord, correct, my Lord, to say he was in the house.
Yes.
Nokuthi futhi ke nanjengoba lana ke ngishilo ke ukuthi khona ngasibhamu esatholakala futhi ke nale DNA ke noma ke libofuzo lokho olathathwa ke noma ke ngishilo ke ukuthi lokho engakutshelwa ke mina kwashiwo ngatshelwa ke ukuthi yebo kwakunganeleke ukuthi kungathiwa ke kungashiwa 100% ukuthi ngempela ke iyamfaka kodwa ke uma nje sengitshela ke noma ngohlobo engatshelwa ngalo ke ngamayela nayo iDNA leyo.
Is there anything further?
That is all, my Lord, that
Thank
I
you.
can recall now.
Ilokho engikhumbulayo ke okwamanje.
Thank you. Now you made mention, you said something about the photos and the people in the house. What did you say about the photos and the people in the house? The witnesses in the house? I did not get that.
I'm saying
Yes.
there's a statement which I can recall, my Lord,
Yes.
whereby a witness said that the suspect was wearing a khaki or the beige.
Yes.
Yes, but I can't say who is the witness who disposed of that affidavit, my Lord. But I remember, my Lord, seeing some such.
Kukhona ukukhulumileka mayelana nezithombe nofakazi ukuthini kuloko ngitheke ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ukhona ke ufakazi oshilo ke ukuthi ke umsola loyo ke noma omunye walabo bantu ke wayefake impahla ekhaki noma ke ebeige kodwa ke angisakhumbula ukuthi yimuphi loyo ufakazi loyo.
Okay, thank you. I will not fault you. Definitely, I will not fault you. Now, the state further alleges that the accused acted in furtherance of a common purpose in the commission of this offense. Now, would you know as to how, when, and who hatched the plan to commit this offense for the state to come and allege that the accused acted in furtherance of a common purpose?
Do I know who came up with the plan? Is that the
How,
question?
Where, when, and who? 1, 2, 3, 4.
My
for the
Lord,
state to form the basis that the accused acted in furtherance of a common purpose in the commission of this offense. As an investigator, remember, I don't ask you, Judge J, as a nobody. I'm asking you as an investigating officer against that background. Thank you, ma'am. Do you know?
My Lord, I know that there is a mastermind behind.
Manje ke lana umbuso kuyinsolo zabo ke noma bakushoyo ke ukuthi abamangalela njengoba behlezi lana ke baficulwa noma ke babopha uyazi ke ukuthi lokho kwenzeka kanjani kuphi nendawo nini nokuthi futhi kwakubani ke owaye phambili kulokho uthi mayiphendula ke umfakazi yebo ngiyazi ke ukuthi ukhona ke okuyena ke lokho bizwa ngokuthi ke mastermind ukhona ke ukuyena ophambili ukona lokho.
I actually did not get that when you were saying it in English, but now that has been said in Zulu, a language that I properly understand, I'm able to follow it. So, from the interpretation that I got, you are saying you know for a fact that there's a masterminder who masterminded this whole thing, which is the reason why the state says that these people acted in furtherance of a common purpose.
That's correct, my
Do you
Lord.
okay, thank you.
Ukhona ke okuyena ke oyiqobo ningakho ke umbuso usuthi ke yebo abamangalela ke noma ke itulo ke leli phakathi kwabo abalenza ke bona.
Thank you, my lord. I realize from the big screen, my lord, that it is 3 minutes to 1 o'clock. Now, out of the respect of my colleagues who would normally have their lunch at 1 o'clock, my lord, I would really mind if we tap into the 3 minutes of this court and allow our colleagues, very noble one, to take their lunch just 3 minutes before the actually is now 2, just 2 minutes before the actual lunch starts. I would therefore request that we adjourn for lunch.
Yeah, but
Thank you, madam. Oh, there's something that Mr. Mgomezulu wants to address this court. I'm sorry, madam.
My lord, I'm requesting that we take 2 minutes or 3 minutes of your time outside with my colleagues, man. There's something that I wanted to put to the attention of the court. And I've also included Mr. Baloyi in what I'm trying to traverse to the court.
yeah, okay, that's agenda.
Yes, my lord. Ma'am, you, on several occasions, you have been making mentioning of, you've been mentioning the fact that you got some information from General from Brigadier Kininda. That is how you get to know, amongst others, how the information in this case is, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Must I repeat what I said? Okay, no, thank you. The question was, is it correct that in her evidence, she made mention of the fact that she received a lot of information on how the facts of this case are, or on what the facts of this case are, and then she says that is correct.
Ufakazi bakho ushilo ke ukuthi wathola ke imininingwane ukuthi ke kuyini ke yini equkethiwe ke ekhona ke mayelana nalecala leli ophendula ke wathi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Now, as a seasoned investigator, did you go verify that information that you received from Brigadier Kininda, just to find out if what Mr. Kininda told you aligns with the version that the witness were in the house are saying? Do you get my question?
I get your question.
Thank you. What is your answer?
Yes, I did some of the things verify, my lord, because sometimes I'll have questions.
Ingabe manje ke kulolwazi ke onalo oluthole kuyena uBrigadier Kininda naloku ke khulunywa ufakazi uhambile ke wayoqinisekisa ke ukuthi ngempela ke kuyahlangana ke yebo ngikwenzile ke lokho ngoba kwezinye ke indawo bengiye ngibe nemibuzo.
Now, in your endeavor to do so, did you at some stage go and have a consultation just to go verify what Brigadier Mr. said to you? Go and verify same with the witnesses who were in the house.
My lord, no, I was never directed to the witnesses, my lord, who were in the house. The thing is, I can't remember now the statement, my lord, that I took from Thokozis, my lord. I can't remember what it is contained in it.
Angazeke ngitshelwe ukuthi angihambeke ngiye kulabo babephakathi ke endlini kodwa ke statement lesi ke sathi umthokozisi ithwala angisakhumbula ukuthi yini ke ayishilo noma ebhaliwe kusona.
The essence of my question is, Mr. Kininda tells you that is this, for instance, he would say this is how it happened. As an investigating officer, did you take an opportunity to go out to the people who were particularly in the house, go and verify the authenticity of what Brigadier Kininda told you from the people in the house, who were in the house? Did you ever do that?
My lord, as I am mentioning that it is only one person, my lord,
okay.
that I was actually instructed, my lord, to go and obtain a statement from.
Sorry. Engikubuzayo ke kuwena ukuthi ke nanjengoba ke uBrigadier Kininda bezokutshela into ke ukuthi uhambe uye kofakazi ke uzame ke ukuthi uhlanganiseke ukuthi lento ayishilo kuwena nayo bayishoyo ke iyahambisana yini nanjengoba ngishilo ke ukuthi ke ufakazi oyedwa kuphela mina ke ekwathwa noma ngatshelwa ukuthi angiye kuyena ke.
Thank you. Now you are told this court in no uncertain terms that you've got information, or the state has got evidence that the assertion that the accused persons acted in furtherance of a common purpose is just not a thumb-sucked information, it's not a trumped-up information, but that there was a masterminder who was masterminding this whole thing. Is that what you said? Not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Kumbuzo ke ukuthi ke noma kulokho kumele bekushilo ke ukuthi ke lana ke abamangalelwa basola ngokuthi ke lana kunetulo ke elikhona ke ushilo wena umuphendula ke wathi uyazi ukuthi ukhona ke ongqondo kona konke lokho yebo ngishilo.
Now, you would agree with me that a masterminder is basically a co-perpetrator, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Uvumelana ke nami ukuthi ke ungqondo ke naye ke umuntu naye oyingxenye noma ke naye khona kwenzileke kubulelesi lobo yebo ngiyavuma.
You would basically also agree with me that in terms of a comparison, a masterminder is a shark. Those that he sends to go and execute what he wants to be executed are just sardines. Not so?
My lord, I understand a mastermind to be a person, my lord, who obviously give an instruction.
Mina ke ungqondo ke mazi nanjengomuntu ke okuyena ke oshoyo ukuthi akwenzekeni noma akwenziweni.
Yeah, in terms of the marine life, we've got a whale, we've got a shark, we've got a sardines. Now a masterminder is a shark. Those that he sends, the soldiers, are just sardines. They are not the most fearful of people. Abantu abasabekago. Isilungu siyabaleka phela but bona abantu abasabekago, you see. A dangerous person is the shark, not so. Would you agree with me on that
My
one?
lord, I
Thank
don't
you.
want to get to the sharks and the sardines issue, my lord. All I'm saying is that my understanding is that a mastermind is someone who has given out an instruction.
Angifuniki ukuthi ngingeneke kulokhu la wena uchaza khona ke inhlobo ethizeke zofish kunamashark kunamawhale kunalezi ezincane lezi ezithunywayo kodwa mina ke ngikushoyo kwena ukuthi ke ungqondo yiloyo yena ke oshoyo ukuthi kufanele kwenziweni.
Thank you. Now, as you look at the at the 5 accused that are appearing before court here, is that mastermind here?
The mastermind.
Yes. The one you said you know, you've got evidence that there's a mastermind. Is he or she or them here? Or it here?
No, my lord.
Lona ke ngikhuluma ngaye ngimshoyo ukuthi ungqondo mangibhekeke labo abahlanu ke abahlezi lana cha akekho phakathi kwabo.
But we have just told this court that a mastermind is a person who gives out these instructions. In other words, the mastermind in our case here, the mastermind is the person who said, accused number 1, this is your function. Accused number 2, this is your function. Accused number 3, this is your function. Accused number 4, this is your function. And accused number 5, you had to do this. He's a dangerous person. Why is that person not here?
My lord, what I can recall is that
Yes.
the brigadier did mention that he applied for a warrant of arrest,
Yes.
but it was not issued. I'm not in position to say why it was not issued. That's all I know.
Nanjengoba ushilo ke ukuthi ungqondo ke uyena ke ozothi mangalelo oqala yenza lokhu mangalelo wesibili yenza lokhu mangalelo wesithathu yenza lokhu mangalelo wesine yenza lokhu nowesihlanu yenza lokhu umuntu loyo ke onobungozi kakhulu ke kungani ke engekho lana engikwaziyo ke noma engikhumbulayo ke ukuthi ubrigadier Gininda wasenza ke isicelo sencwadi egunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe ukuthi kungani ke ingakhishwa ngake angazi.
He said he will apply for the warrant.
Wathi uzokwenza noma uzosifaka ke isicelo sencwadi leyo egunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe.
Thank you. So there was an indication from Brigadier Gininda that he would go and make an application for a warrant of arrest against that mastermind, but fortunately you can't really say why was that not done, not so?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi washo ke ukuthi uzokwenza lokho ukuthi ke kungani ke kungenzekanga angazi.
Thank you. But now you specifically told the court that you know for a fact that there's a mastermind what is it that this mastermind did in the context of this case, which you are then labeling him or her or it or them as a mastermind? What is it that they did?
As a court, please, my lord, I wonder if really this issue should be canvassed in so much detail. This trial is about the current accused who are before court, and the questioning and the cross-examination should be confined to the accused who are before court.
Leli icala ke kubuzo ke othi ke nanjengoba ushilo kuyazi ukuthi ukhona ke ungqondo yini ke lena awayenza ke yena ke ekubangela usho ukuthi uyena ungqondo usethi umshushisi ke leli icala ke lingabalisa laba abawu5 abaphambi kwale nkantolo uma sekubuzwa ke imibuzo ayiqondane nabo ke.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
My Lord, it is this witness who came up with the concept of a mastermind. And just to paraphrase her, you said, I've got information that was in relation to the common purpose, by the way. I've got information that there's also a mastermind who was involved in this whole scenario here. So I can't understand and figure out on what basis can this question be unfair when I specifically implore that fact further as to what is it that this mastermind in the context of this case did, which you are then empowered or enabled to refer, or that justifies you to refer to him, because I don't know that mastermind for now, to him or her or them or it as a mastermind. I don't understand what is the unfairness of the question in that context.
My lord, this is a collateral issue. The trial is about the current accused. If a witness gives an answer on a collateral issue, that should be it, my lord. That answer cannot be pursued any further. We submit, therefore, that this line of questioning, my lord, is pursuing a collateral issue for which an answer has already been given, and it should be left to rest there, my lord.
As it is the court, my lord, my colleague is simply mentioning that it's a collateral issue. Collateral issue in the context of this trial simply means it's a facta probandum. That is a fact which is relevant to the facts in issue. That is perfectly perfect.
Yeah, continue, Mr.
As it pleases the court, my lord. What is it that this person that you are referring to, him, it, her, or them, as a mastermind, did for you to refer to them as a mastermind? Very briefly, what is it that they did?
My lord, what I can say
Yes.
is that what I was briefed, my lord, upon is that the accused are linked with the mastermind, my lord, but I'm not in position to detail everything, my lord, like how they are linking the accused to the mastermind.
Yini ke lena ubuntu lona omchaza wena ke nanjengo ngqondo ayenza khona kukona ke lokhu noma kwicala leli ke engikwaziyo noma engakutshelwa ke ukuthi ke bayahlanganiswa ke abamangalelwa kanye naye ke umuntu lo akunayo ke imininingwane ke eminingi ke ukuthi ke ngayiphi ke indlela, kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi ngatshelwa ke noma ngabriefwa ke ukuthi khona ke ukuhlangana nokuxhumana okwakukhona.
So it was by mistake when you told the court that you know that there's a mastermind who operated this whole thing that was working in concert with all these accused persons here, that you've got some information about that.
It is not a mistake, my lord. I'm still standing, my lord, on that point I have made.
Bengasilona ke iphutho uma bengisho ke ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi ke ukhona ke ungqondo kukona lokho ngisamile ke kuloko bengikushilo.
So according to the information that you then received as an investigating officer of this case from Pretoria, why is that mastermind or those masterminders or that it masterminder not before court here?
I do not know, my lord. What I know is that the warrant was not issued. I have no idea, my lord.
Ukuthi kungani ke loyo ngqondo loyo engekho ke phambi kwale nkantolo angazi ngiyazi ke noma angazi nokuthi futhi kungani ke incwadi leyo kunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe ingazange isayinwe noma ikhishwe.
So you're suggesting that it's a question that I should pen, and when Brigadier Kininda arrives here, I should pursue that question with him.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo kanjalo ukuthi umbuzo loyo ke usungawubuza yena ke uBrigadier Gininda uma esekhona la.
So in terms of your investigation, as an investigator in this case, you don't know how this masterminder and these accused persons are linked. Now, you yourself personally.
You are saying I don't know how they are linked. May I please repeat the question?
Let me repeat my question. In terms of your own personal investigation, knowledge that you gathered as you were investigating this court, you only know that there's a mastermind who was behind this whole thing here. But what role did that mastermind play? How that mastermind influenced the existence of this accused person, in this case, in the commission of that offense, that you do not know?
I do not know, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngiyazi ukuthi ukhona ke ungqondo ukona konke lokho ukuthi wenzani ke yena ke ukona konke lokho cha angazi.
How many masterminders were there? As per your investigation, do you bear any knowledge?
My lord, I only know one mastermind.
Uyedwa kuphela ke ngqondo engimaziyo ke kulokho.
Yeah, you know, I'm not in a space to ask who that masterminder is. You say it's only one mastermind. Not so?
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo ngithi uyedwa kuphela.
Just a second. My lord, may I
Yes.
consult accused number 3
Yeah, fine.
on this masterminder kind of a thing? Thank you, my lord. Now, you in no uncertain terms, you're telling this court about this mastermind. You're mentioning that there's only one mastermind. Who's this mastermind? Is it the person that is known to you? What is their name? Where do they stay? Or where does he or she stay? Who is she or he?
My lord, I only know the name by Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo.
Ngazigama ke mina lakhe ke ungqondo lona uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo.
Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo. In the course of investigation, did you ever meet her? Because Nonhlanhla, I mean, it's a her. Now at least it dawns in my mind that you're talking about the lady here. Did you ever meet her in the course of your investigation?
No, my lord.
Ngabe kuphenyo lakho ke sike wahlangana naye yini? Cha.
Did you ever make attempts to contact her?
No, my lord.
Wazama yini ukuthi uxhumane naye? Cha.
Now, in your knowledge, as part of the investigating team, what necessitated her non-arrest?
My Lord, I have no idea. I do not know. What I know is that the Brigadier told me that he has applied for a warrant and it was not issued. So I'm not sure why.
Kuphenyo lakho ke yini ekwaba imbangela yokuthi angaboshwa angazi mangikhulumisana naye ngixoxisana naye ubrigadier ushilo noma washo ukuthi isicelo wasenza ke sencwadi ke egunyazisa ukuboshwa kwakhe.
My Lord, may I request a very final indulgence? Just
What?
to- Final indulgence to approach the accused.
Yeah, fine. No, it's because the first time I attended trial, which is superseded by a million requests to take instructions. That's all.
Yes, it please the court, my Lord.
Because normal trials which I've attended to in the past, you take instructions, you know your version. Whatever witness comes with a version, you have consulted your witness. But in this trial, every 5 minutes is a stop start. Is that so, Mr. Ngumal? Were you ever involved in a trial like this with the stop starts?
I've been given that opportunity to consult.
Yeah, but
Yes.
have you ever, the stop start.
Maybe to properly get instructions.
And it's not a criticism, it's just stating a fact.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramosepiti. No, we are entitled to do that.
No, we are creatures of instructions.
Yes,
if
of
he
course.
raises the hand,
Yes.
no matter
yeah.
I consulted with him at the beginning, I still need to hear what he says.
No,
because
quite.
Tomorrow I'll be criticized to say he raised his hand, you didn't take the point.
No,
so
you're
it
entitled.
does happen. It's unlike that. The stop starts are for new instructions.
Okay, they are for new instructions. Okay. Yes, Mr.
As it please the court, my Lord.
Yeah.
I've got instructions from Mr. Mncube, much against what we have told to this court, that there's a mastermind here by the name of Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo, that he himself never met Kelly Khumalo in his life. There was no communication between him and Kelly Khumalo. There was no communication between Kelly Khumalo and him. There was never ever a communication between him and Kelly Khumalo in the presence of this other accused. There was never ever a communication between him, Kelly Khumalo, in the presence of this other accused about the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
As I have mentioned, my Lord, that I have no details of how each one is linked to the mastermind.
Ngitshela ke manje umnumzana Ncube ukuthi ke akakaze ahlanganeke nalo muntu ombiza ngokuthi uNgqondo uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo akhulumisane naye axhumane naye noma akhulumisane naye bekhona abamangalelwa abanye laba noma futhi akhulume ngalo icala leli bekhona bese ngishilo ke ukuthi angazi anginayo imininingwane yokuthi ummangalelwa ngamunye kulaba ke uhlangana kanjani ke naye uNgqondo loyo.
Finally, there's also no indication, nothing whatsoever, that this other accused person, beyond accused number 3, had a communication with Kelly Khumalo in the presence of other accused. That is mutatis mutandis. In other words, when Kelly Khumalo spoke to them or when they spoke to Kelly Khumalo, that thing never happened. In other words, this is a trump-up case against the accused person, as against Kelly Khumalo as well.
My Lord, I do not have comments, and as I have indicated that I have no knowledge how they are linked with each of the accused.
Nokuthi futhi ke akukho la khona ke kutshengiswa khona noma ikhona ke into ekhona ethi abanye bakhuluma noKelly uKelly wakhuluma nabanye into njena ke nanjengoba ngisho ke ukuthi nje itulo ke leli kubona abamangalela kanye futhi nakuyena ke uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo bese ngishilo ke ngathi akukho emininingwane enginayo ukuthi bahlangana kanjani.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank
for the court's patience in allowing me to consult accused on
Yeah.
the number of occasions, my lord.
Okay.
I've got no further question to the witness.
Yes,
Thank
Mr. Numalo, are you the next? Have you cross-examined?
Cross-examine, my lord. Thank you.
And Mr.
I've
Miyeki?
done my cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. We
Oh, all of you.
cross-examined yesterday, yes.
I see. Re-examination, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord. Earlier on, Advocate Nisi put a proposition to this witness that an S4 cell phone is depicted on the master copy of Warrant Officer Musia's album. We raised an objection, my lord, at that point,
Yeah.
and indicated that that is at odds with the evidence of Mr. Tumelo Madlala. We wish to further refer in this regard to Exhibit O in brackets 3. This is the affidavit of Sergeant Moshwana, and
Objection, my lord. Is that not a matter that should be reserved for arguments? As the state has always been indicating to me that it's a matter that should be reserved for argument.
No, no.
Reference to Mr.
No,
Mushwana's
No, he says you put in, as
Yes.
an assertion, incorrect evidence. Am I right, sir?
yes, indeed. And we-
Incorrect evidence. It's not me saying that, it's him. Now
is
he's
it-
saying the record shows the correct evidence.
yes,
No argument about it.
yes, we just elaborating a lot on the earlier objection. In paragraph 3 of this exhibit O in brackets 3, Sergeant Mushwana testified that on the 27th of October 2014, he received a telephonic request of assistance from Lieutenant Colonel Nietleng as per First Lores CAS 63610 of 2014 to assist in downloading the data from 6 cell phones. And he says the cell phones were packaged in forensic bags as follows. Number 1, he gives a forensic bag number containing one Samsung S3. This is the objection, my lord, that we raised, and Advocate Nisi incorrectly referred to it as S4.
Lana ke umshushisi uveza ke udaba beke kwakhulunywa ngalo ngaphambili ke uma uadvocate Mnisi ebethi ke kufakazi le phone lena ke ayizange ithathweke ngoba kuyithombe zakhe uwarrant officer Musia yayikhona ke leyo phone. Umshushisi uthi ke manje useyafunda ke ku exhibit O 3 la kwakufakaza khona uSergeant Mushwana ku paragraph 3 kubufakazi bange 27 la ashilo ke khona ukuthi nge 27 zika October 2014 wathola ke ucingo olubuya kuyena uLieutenant Colonel Nietleng emcela ke ukuthi ke acwaningeke imininingwane yomakhala ekhukhwini abawu6 phakathi kwabo ke labo makhala ekhukhwini kwakune Samsung S3 eyodwa. Uthi lokhu kutshengisa ke ukuthi lokhu yabe kushiwo uyena uadvocate Mnisi ukuthi kwakuyi S4 bekungelona iqiniso kodwa nabo ubufakazi obushoyo ukuthi kwakuyi Samsung S3.
This is further buttressed by the form that was completed as per exhibit O in brackets 4 in brackets D with the details of Mr. Tumelo Madlala, and his phone is described as a Samsung S3.
Kubeka ke uthi khona ke nobunye ke ubufakazi ke ukuthi exhibit O 4D nala khona ke kuchazwayo ukuthi ke kubhaliwe futhi imininingwane yomnikazi uTumelo Madlala nomakhala ekhukhwini wase uyachazwa ke ukuthi kwakuyi Samsung S3.
Now, Sergeant Mohola, Mr. Ramosepele for accused number 2 put to you that Sergeant Mohani obtained a buccal sample of accused number 2 at Pretoria North Police Station in your presence, and you responded that you were not present.
Yes, my lord, I was not present when the buccal swab, my lord, was taken from accused number 2.
Mr. Ramusipile ke umele ummangalelo wesibili ushilo kwenake ukuthi wawukhona ke noma ngenkathi uSergeant Mukhane ethatha ke ubufakazi bala emlonyeni ke kuyena ummangalelo wesibili ePretoria North wawukhona wasuyaphendula ke wena wathi cha wawungekho yebo ngishilo ukuthi ngangingekho.
Have you since become aware of who took the buccal sample of accused number 2?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, who was it?
Yes,
Objection, Madam. That's new evidence that now the state is introducing.
How is it new, sir?
It is new in a sense that when this witness testified, she said, I don't know. Now the state says, have you subsequently become aware? When?
Now, she didn't say, just listen.
Yes.
She didn't say, I don't know.
Yes.
She said she was not present.
Yes.
That's the evidence.
Exactly.
Now, the re-examination is, has she since become aware of the person who actually took the buccal sample as opposed to what accused number 2 says, or Mr. Ramusipili says, it was in the presence of her. That evidence is clarifying.
That is the reason why I'm saying, my lord, that is now new evidence. When did she become aware? As she was preferring a testimony. How did she become aware?
The question is allowed, sir.
As it pleases the court.
As the court pleases, you can go ahead.
it is.
It is fine. The person, the state will be calling the person.
Are you recording the person?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, my lord. It's Sergeant Mashele.
Yes.
Sergeant Mashele.
Yes, my lord.
Ingaba nanjengoba usho ukuthi wawungekho uye waba nalo ke ulwazi yini ukuthi ubani ke lo wathatha ke lobo bufakazi lobo bomlomo kuyena ke ummangalelo wesibili yebo umbuzo ke lo abe nenkinga nawo ke advocate umnisike kodwa inkantolo yathi yavumela ke uthi ke Sergeant Mashele nombuso uthi ke uzobizwa ke leyo bufakazi loyo.
And it was further put to you that Sergeant Mukhane obtained the buccal swab at Vilera Police Station on the 26th of October 2020 on the eve of accused number 2's court appearance on the 27th of October 2020. Do you have comment on that?
My lord, according to this slip, my lord, if I remember correctly, Advocate Ramusipili did ask me, my lord, to get this for him. And that's how, my lord, I made inquiries from Sergeant Mukhane of where, my lord, did he put this, my lord. So it was discovered that it was mistakenly filed, my lord. And the location, my lord, indicates that it is 325 Ben Viljoen Street, Pretoria North.
And the date, time?
And it shows, my lord, the station is, okay. And the date is 2020. 06/16.
Lana ke uyavela ke noma uMr Ramusipile omele yena ke ummangalelo wesibili ucheck wena ke noma akushilo ke ukuthi nge-26 zika October 2020 ngelanga nje ngaphambi lokuthi ke ummangalelo nabammangalelo bayobingelela imantshi eBoksburg yila uSergeant Mukhane athatha khona ke lobufakazi bomlomo ke kuyena ummangalelo wesibili. Kodwa ke lana kuyavela ke ukuthi ikheli elibhaliwe ke khona lana ngoba uMr Ramusipile uyena ongicelile ukuthi angimphatheleke lobufakazi kwatholakala ukuthi bekubekwe endaweni ke engasiyona noma errong u325 uBen Viljoen Street kwakunge okay yeah istay kubhaliwe indawo Pretoria North 2020-06-16.
Sorry, did you give that to Mr. Ramusipili?
Yes, all the council have
Oh,
got.
all of them, okay.
Yes, all of them, my lord. Yes. And it will serve as exhibit triple D7. Triple D7.
Triple D7.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Ramosipili further asks you about the chain of custody of the vehicle sample for accused number 2, and Ms. Advocate Numal of accused number 4 asks you about the chain of custody for the vehicle sample of accused number 4. You testify that you did hand in these vehicle samples at the biological section of the forensic science laboratory. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ubuziwe-ke uyena Mr. Ramsipili-ke nomele yena umangalelo wesibili ngokuthi-ke ukulandelelana-ke noma ukuhanjiswa-ke kwalobufakazi lobu wase uyabuzwa uyena-ke u-advocate Khumalo ngokumphathelene naye-ke umangalelo wesine washo-ke wena-ke ukuthi wazihambisa-ke uzisa kuyona-ke i-lab. Yebo kuyiqiniso.
Did you get any acknowledgement of receipt?
That's correct, my lord.
Ingaba khona yini owakuthola-ke okuyisiqinisekiso noma okutshengisayo-ke ukuthi wakuhambisa lokho uthi yebo kuyiqiniso.
I just want to show you a document which has been marked Exhibit D8. Can you just identify it?
Yes, my lord.
Yes.
These are the receipts, my lord, which I have received, my lord, from Biology Forensic Science Laboratory.
Iwona amaphepha lana noma-ke irisiti-ke engayithola-ke uma ngihambisa-ke base benginikeza lokhu okuyinkomba-ke yokuthi ngempela ngakuhambisa.
Yes, for which accused?
For accused number 2 and accused number 3 and accused number 4.
Lana-ke kubhalwe umangalelo wesithathu kanye nowesine.
As a court, please, my lord, it's not really in dispute. We just beg leave to hand up this exhibit D in brackets 8. It's acknowledgement of receipt from the biology section of accused 3 and accused number 4. My colleagues have been finished with that document. Right. Advocate Mnisi put it to you that your evidence regarding the 2 cell phones that you testify that were found in possession of accused number 2 on the 30th of May 2020 during his arrest is untrue. You then responded that there is an SAP 13 to confirm that.
That's correct, my lord.
U-advocate Mnisi-ke ushilo kuwena-ke ukuthi ubufakazi bakho mayela nomakhalekhukhwini ababili abatholakala kuyena umangalelo wokuqala ngeyi-30 zangeyi-2020 kathi eboshwa ukuthi bengasilona iqiniso. Washo-ke wena ukuthi-ke ikhona i-SAP 13 ewubufakazi-ke bokuthi impela bakhona lawo ma-cell phones. Yebo.
Now, you've already referred to the SAP 13 extract from Tembisa police station. Is there any other extract of SAP 13?
My lord, I have the SAP 13 of Tembisa South, my lord, and there is also SAP 13, my lord, from Brixton, my lord, upon which they have received the exhibits.
Nayo-ke usukhulumile-ke ufakazile-ke nge-SAP 13 yaseThembisa. Ingaba ikhona yini enye SAP 13 SAP 13 yaseThembisa South kanye futhi-ke nayo-ke eyase-Brixton.
I just want to show you a document that has been marked Exhibit D in brackets 6, which has also been furnished to my colleagues. Can you just identify that?
Yes, my lord, it is SAP 13413, my lord, where an entry, my lord, has been made, my lord, in connection with the 2 cell phones, my lord, that were seized from accused number 1.
Lana ke exhibit lona ke u 6 bhaliwe ke ku SAP 13 lapha ke ku 413 ekhuluma ke ngomakhalekhukhwini ababili abatholakala kuyena ummangalelwa wokuqala.
Yes, can you just put, do you have a copy? Can you just put the contents on record?
The one of Christine.
Yes.
It is SAP 13413, Tembisa 217/03/2019, dealing in drugs, Samsung, unknown email, back number PA600. My lord, I can't actually see this number.
Yes.
It's not clear if it's 6 or 5.
Yes.
00180696, and there's PA 600 1244 570. The second one is black phone, unknown email, PA 500 180 6986, and there's PA 600 1244 568.
Imininingwane ifundeka ngalendlela ke 413 Tembisa number yeqala ke 217032019 iqala ke ukutholakala neyidakamizwa kubhaliwe ke ukuthi Samsung 3.1 IMEI number ayaziwa uPA kune number bukeka ngathi u6 ke 6001806986 no PA 600 1244570 umakhalekhukhwini wesibili ifoni emnyama ngombala IMEI number ayaziwa uPA 500 1806986 no PA 600 1244568.
Yes, have you placed all the particulars on record?
And my lord, there is a place where, my lord, it reflects my name, my service number, cell phone number, suspect. Sorry, my lord, Mzi Temba Sibia, and my lord, there is where, my lord, I have attached my signature, my lord. And there is also a signature of the person who has received the exhibit.
Bekhona ke indawo la engibhale khona ke igama lami ngibhala ke inamba yami yasemaphoyiseni i-cell number yami umsolwa bhaliwe ke Mzisi Themba Sibiya nala ngisayinde khona nala kusayinde khona lo ekuyena owathola amazibiti.
Yes.
And my lord, there is a column 5 where it shows 2 phones booked in for downloading. The date is 2020-10-14, and received by, there's a signature, my lord, and also 2 phones received from downloader, date 2020-10-15. There's batch number PA 6500 178681, PA 6500 178680, and there's a column, my lord, where it says the date 2020-12-17, 2 phones booked out, handed over to Captain Mwebe, with the service number 05399001, cell phone number 082. There's a cell phone number, my lord, a signature. Two signatures, my lord, are reflecting 6.3 and 6.4.
Lana ke futhi kuphindeke nala ku column 5 ke kubhaliwe ama phone amabili akhishwa ke.
Sorry, my lord, it's not 2 signature, my lord, it's 1 signature.
Ama phone amabili ke akhishwa ke ukuthi ke kuyobhekwa ke noma ke ayo downloadwa i-date ukhona u2020-10-14. Okay, nokuthi yatholwa ubani-ke ubani wayamukela amafoni amabili etholwa ubani nokuthi futhi yini ezoyenza ukudownloada u-2020 1015
Received from downloader.
ithi lamafoni amabili iyachaza okokuqala ukuthi yamukela noma yatholwa ubani ukuthi amafoni amabili-ke ayabuya noma asebuya-ke manje emuva kokuthi-ke kwakuyokwenziwa ama-download kuwona 2020 1015 inamba-ke yesikhwama lesi sezobufakazi PA65 00178681 no PA65 00178680 bese-ke ku-column 6-ke kubhaliwe 2020 1217 amafoni amabili akhishwa-ke ase endluliselwa noma enikezelwa ku-Captain Ngwebe kwabhalwa-ke inamba yakhe yamaphoyisa i-cell number yakhe wase eyasayinda futhi-ke.
Now, during the cross-examination by Mr. Mgomezulu, he referred to Exhibit DD in brackets 5, paragraph 15.2.2, and he put it to you that the forensic bag, which appears there, and I'm going to put it on record again, PA65 00178680, differs from the forensic bag number mentioned in the SAP 13 from Tembisa as per Exhibit CCC in brackets 1. And your answer was, this is probably the evidence back number after in which the cell phone was put after it was downloaded. Now, the information as per column 5 does it accord with the number that's reflected in paragraph 15.2.2?
That's correct, my lord. It is also reflecting that 2 phones received from downloader.
Yes.
Manje-ke kunkathi-ke uMr Mgomezulu ekubuza-ke imibuzo uthe-ke kunale number-ke noma lesi sikhwama sobufakazi esinenumber ewu-PA6500187680 ukuthi-ke leyo number leyo ihlukile-ke kuleyo ebhaliweke noma ekhona kwi-SAP 13 lena-ke yasethembisa ucolumn 5. Lana-ke uma ngifunda lana khona ku-5 iyasho-ke ukuthi amafoni amabili atholakala noma ayebuya kuyena owaye-downloader.
So, my lord, it is the same back number, my lord.
Kusho ukuthi-ke inamba-ke yesikhwama leyo efanayo noma-ke inamba eyodwa.
Now, regarding the arrest of accused number 1 on the 19th of March 2019, Mr. Mgomezulu put it to you that one Sergeant Baloyi and Mudau arrested accused number 1 for the murder of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. And you answered that their statements do not mention that they arrested accused number 1 for the death of Senzo Meyiwa. Now, the question is, were these 2 officers ever part of the investigating team in this matter?
No, my lord, they are not part of the investigation team.
Kumibuzo yakhe-ke noma bekuhloma yona-ke uMr Mgomezulu-ke uthe ekuboshweni kwakhe ummangalelo wokuqala ngeyi-19 zika-March 2019 boshwa kwabeteka uSergeant Baloyi kanye noMudau bathi-kena bambophela icala lokubulala uSenzo Meyiwa. Umbuzo manje-ke ukuthi laba babili uSergeant Baloyi kanye noMudau bake bayingxenye yini yophenyo laleli cala? Uthi cha abakaze babe yingxenye yophenyo laleli cala.
Mr. Mgomezulu further put it to you that accused number 1 was questioned on the 19th of March 2019 on the information given by Mr. Zungu, as he put it, and that a search was conducted at accused number 1's premises, as it was alleged that he was in possession of drugs, culminating in him being charged for possession of drugs under Tembisa CAS 217/3/2019, Now, what is the status of that case?
My lord, the accused, my lord,
Yes, you
Oh.
don't need to. Is it
It's-
still ongoing?
it's
Has it been
finalized, my
finalized?
lord.
Thank you.
icala leli ke elu-21703 ka-2019 leke lasethembisa kasalihambeli ke liseqediwe.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu further put it to you that accused number 1 mentions in his confession that he was with Marco and Makimbi during the incident and that one of them shot the deceased. You then mentioned that you discovered that he was giving misleading information. And you further mentioned that there's a record from correctional services that those 2 people were in prison when Senzo Meyiwa was killed.
That's correct, my lord.
Eseqhubekayo ngifama imibuzo ke uMr Mgomezulu uthe kwena ke washo uma esegonuluka ke ummangalelo wokuqala ukuthi yena ke waye noMarco kanye noMakhimbi wase uyaphendula ke wena wathi ngaleso sikhathi ke sokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa uMarco kanye noMakhimbi futhi khona ke okutshengisayo nomfakazi ke ukuthi bona ke babe boshiwe besejele yebo kuqiniso.
Were you able to establish as to when they were arrested, these 2 individuals?
My lord, I don't have it now at the back of my mind.
Okay, that's fine.
Ingabe wathola yini ukuthi baboshwa abaningi labo babili anginayo ke njengamanje.
Yes. Thank you. Both Advocate Nisi and Mr. Mgomezulu asked you as to whether you consulted the family members of the deceased in this matter. Insofar as you could establish, were any of them present when the incident happened?
No, my lord.
Bobabili ke uadvocate minister kanye naye ke uMr Mgomezulu bakubuzile ke ukuthi wahlangana noma nahlangana yini nomndeni kamufi ingabe babe khona yini ngenkathi isigameko leso senzeka cha.
It's on record that various police officers took down statements of various witnesses. Do you perhaps know if any of them made contact with the family?
The officer. Yes, my lord. Well, I don't have any idea.
Kunofakazi ke ukuthi amaphoyisa amaningi ke noma amaphoyisa ahlukene ke athatha ubufakazi thatha idatha ke kofakazi abahlukile uyazi yini ukuthi bona ke baxhumana yini nabo cha angazi.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu made this sweeping proposition to you that you've cooked up the evidence. Do you have any reason to cook up the evidence as you put it, whatever that means?
No, my lord, I do not have any reason.
Ushilo ke uMr Mgomezulu ke kwena ke wathi into nje yonke nje le eyaphekwa ke lokufakazi lobo ngabe nabo naso yini izathu sokuthi ke ngakwenza lokho noma kusho ukuthini ke lokho cha anginaso.
Did you know any of the accused before the incident?
No, my lord.
Ingabe ukhona yini okade umazi ummangalela ngaphambi kwesehlakalo lesi cha.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu then went ahead and put this following proposition to you that Mr. Longwe Twala is the one who shot the deceased, that the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, was shot when separating Longwe and Zandi, who were fighting, that when Longwe got to the house, that he was under the influence and had a .3 revolver, and that 3 shots were fired, and 3 people were injured, being the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, who was fatally wounded, that Mr. Longwe Twala shot himself in his ankle, and that the other shot was fired in the floor, and that Ms. Zandi Khumalo was injured.
My lord, is that, are you putting?
Yes, do you remember that?
I remember, my
that
lord.
proposition that was put to you?
I remember, my lord.
Yes, but
Uyakhumbula ke kunaloko akushilo ke advocate Mgomezulu ukuthi ke umufi wadubuleka ke ezama ukuthi ke ahlukaniseke uLongwe kanye naye-ke uZandile ila adubuleka khona nokuthi-ke wafika-ke uLongwe lapho-ke edakiwe ngokusho kwakhe nokuthi futhi-ke kona-ke lokho isibhamu saqhuma kathathu kunabantu abathathu abashayeka umufi washayeka naye sashaya phansi sashaya phansi saze sashaya uZandile Khumalo naye-ke wayidubula eqakaleni yebo ngiyakhumbula esho kanjalo.
Now, in support thereof, Mr. Mgomezulu then referred to the statement of Mr. Longwe Twala as per A9, paragraph 4, and if I can just ask you to once again put the contents of that paragraph up to the next page. Paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4 reads as follows, my lord. Suddenly, at 2000 hours on 2014-10-26, 2 unknown boys came in the house. I heard a voice saying, Take out phones. It's not clear, my lord.
Yes. Yes.
And money. I then approached one of the boys. I grabbed him and pushed him. He was armed with a revolver, 3.8 special. I ran out to look for help.
Yes, that's enough. Thank you.
Efundeka ngalendlela-ke istatement sakhe lesi uLongwe Twala kwangena-ke noma kwangehora lesishiyagalombili ngeyi-2014-10-26 kwangena-ke abafana ababili. Ngase ngizwa phakathi endlini ngase ngizwa-ke izwi lithi-ke imali ama-phones kanye nemali. Ngaya-ke koyedwa walabo bafana labo ngase ngiyambamba-ke ngamphusha. Wayenesibhamu abayenaso-ke i-revolver i-38 3.8 special. Ngabalekela ngaphandle-ke ngiyofuna usizo.
Now, in this paragraph that you've just read out, which Mr. Mgomezulu put on record, is there any support for these two propositions? The first one, that Mr. Longwe came into the house with a .38 special. Is there any support for that proposition?
I see none, my lord.
Manje kuloko oqeda ufunda lana-ke kukhona yini okuhambisana naloko ebekhulunywe uyena uMr. Mgomezulu ukuthi uLongwe Twala wangena endlini ephethe i-revolver noma i.38 special uthi cha akukho.
And the second assertion by Mr. Mgomezulu was that Longwe is the one who discharged the firearm and fatally wounded the deceased and himself. Is there any support for that proposition that Mr. Longwe Twala injured himself?
There is none, my lord.
Okunye futhi-ke okushiwo uyena-ke uMr. Mgomezulu ukuthi-ke uLongwe Twala-ke uyena-ke owadubula-ke umufi wase naye-ke eyishaya eqakaleni. Kukhona yini kuloko oqeda ufunda lana okuhambisana nalokho? Cha akukho.
And Warrant Officer Musia testified that this house was swapped for DNA material, including blood, and that the only blood that was found was that of the deceased, as per Exhibit X11, which was found at near the TV stand in the kitchen tile wall and on the Heineken can. Are you aware of any other blood stains that were found on the scene, except for what I've just put to you?
No, my lord.
Warrant officer Musia ufakazi bakhe ke washo ke ukuthi ke kwatholakala igazi lakhe ke mufi eduze kwestand ke se TV khona ke nekanela khona ke lapho le Heineken khona yini elinye igazi olaziyo ke latholakala khona lapho ngaphandle kwaleli enqede ukusho kwena cha.
And the evidence was that Mr. Longwetwala also went to the hospital with after the deceased was taken to hospital, that he also went to the hospital, that he stayed there at the hospital and also returned to the house to leave much later. Does this accord with his assertion that has been made that Mr. Longwetwala shot himself in the foot?
No, my lord, I don't see anything with regard to that.
Obunye noma ufakazi okhona ke phambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi ke uma umufike esehanjiswa eyake emtholampilo noma esibhedlele ke uLongwetwala wayekhona ke lapho wahlala ke naye waseyahamba eya endlini ukhona yini ke manje lana ke okuhambisana ke nokuthi uLongwetwala ke wayelimele kulokhu uthi cha akukho kushoyo.
I don't see, sorry my lord, not with regard in support of that, my lord.
Kodwa akukho ke okuhambisana ke nalokho.
Now, Mr. Mgomezulu also referred to the affidavit of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa as per 812. I just want to, if you can just put the date of that statement on record.
The date, my lord, is not clear.
Yes. Or at least the year, if you can just figure out which year in which it was made.
Let's see. My lord, it's not clear. The date stamp is not clear.
Akaxeleke njengoba istaff lesixaxeleke ukuthi wenziwa ngomuphi unyaka.
Oh, sorry, my lord, sorry. My correction, it's 2019-04-25.
Date ke lana 2019-04-25.
So in other words, how many years after the incident was that statement made?
5 years, my lord.
Le statement esenziwa ke emuva kweminyaka emihlanu isehlakalo lesisenzeke.
Are you aware if the utterances that are made in that statement against Dr. Khoza, do you know if Dr. Khoza has commented on those allegations in an affidavit?
My lord, I know that there is an affidavit, my lord, of Dr. Ivan Khoza.
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi le insolo lezi ke ezibhaliwe lana ke uyena uSifiso Meyiwa ukuthi ke uDr. Khoza ukhona yini abakusho? Yebo ngiyazi ukuthi sikhona ke statement esifungelwe sakhe uDr. Khoza.
And just maybe finally, if you can just clarify the date on which the warning statements of the accused were obtained and the date on which the warrants of arrest were executed on them.
My lord, the warrants were executed on the 26th of October 2020.
Ingabe ama dates noma amalanga ke okokuqala ama warning statement bona abamangalelwa kanye futhi ke nokukhishwa ke manje kwezincwadi lezi ezigunyazisa ukuthi baboshwe ke bakume 26 ka October 2020 uma kukhishwa ke izincwadi zokuboshwa kwabo.
And the warning statement, can I
Yes.
check for? My lord, the warnings statement of Fisoku Ntuli was taken on 2020-0701.
I-warning statement yakhe-ke uSiso Ntuli i-date-ke 2020-0701.
And my lord, the one of Mthokozisi Sipho Zonke Mapisa was taken on the 6th of July 2020.
Bese kuthi-ke uMthokozeni Mapisa nge-6 zika-July 2020.
The one of Mthobisi Mncube was taken on 2020-0630. 2020-0630.
Bese kuthi-ke uMthobisi Mncube yena-ke 2020-0630.
The one, my lord, of Bongani Sandi Sontanzi was taken on 2020-0726.
Bese kuthi-ke Abongani Sandi Sontanzi is 26 July 2020.
And the one, my lord, of Muzika Ukulelwa Stemba Sibia was taken on 23 July 2020.
Bese kuthi-ke yakhe-ke uMuzika Ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya nge-23 zika-July 2020.
Thank you. So there was a significant lapse of time between the taking of the warning statements and the execution of the warrants.
That's correct, my lord.
Kusho ukuthi-ke kwakunesikhathi-ke esandlula-ke phakathi kwama-warning statements-ke noma-ke iy'tatimende lezi zokuxwayiswa kwabo kanye futhi-ke nokukhishwa-ke kwey'ncwadi ey'gunyazisa ukuboshwa kwabo, yebo kuyiqiniso.
Now, it was put to you that you cook up the case. What was happening between the taking of the warning statement and the execution of the warrants?
My lord, we were running an investigation.
Kushiwo-ke kuwena-ke ukuthi nje nina-ke nanihlanganyeleke lokunipheka-ke icala leli-ke manje kwenzekani-ke phakathi kokuthathwa-ke kwey'tatimende lezi ama-warning statement nesikhathi-ke sokukhishwa-ke kwey'ncwadi lezi zogunyazwa ukuboshwa kwabo sasenza uphenyo.
And did you enroll the case on your own accord?
No, my lord, I'm not the one who enrolled the case.
Yes. Yeah, but whose decision was it to enroll the case?
It was, my lord, the NPA.
Ingabe kodwa-ke yinina-ke noma uwena-ke owabese uletha icala phambili-ke cha akusona-ke umsebenzi wami ukuthi icala-ke bese liya-ke enkantolo umsebenzi lawo-ke walabo abashushisayo.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Thank you. Yeah, just on that note, as I understand the law, when there's a complaint lodged with the allegation that a person has contravened the law, mainly in criminal law, that, for instance, a murder has been committed, is it not so that you as the investigating officers, you investigate all angles of the offense? After you have completed the investigations, you take the dockets and you hand them over to the NPA's office,
It is correct,
the
my lord.
Director of Public Prosecutions. Police never charge anybody. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
You know, this,
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi uma sesiphenyile-ke thina-ke siphenye ngazo zonke-ke iy'nhlangothi ukuthi thina sidlulisela kubashushisike amaphoyisa akusibona-ke abantu ekuyibona aba-charge abantu isinqumo-ke sithathwa yilabo abashushisayo.
I think it's section 175 of the NPA Act. The person who charges or the intruders or obstructors of justice or the so-called guilty parties or suspects, it's at the behest of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
That's correct, my lord.
And the person who draws up the charge sheet is at the behest of the NPA, Director's Office. No policeman draws a charge sheet. At least that's the law I know. Have you ever drawn a charge sheet, sir?
No, my lord.
Because I saw them reading a charge sheet to you that so-and-so says on this day we did this and this murder, hey. But is that a statement correct of the law that no policeman draws a charge sheet?
That's what I know, my lord.
Iloko ke engikwaziyo ke mina ke noma inkantolo iyasho ukuthi ngomthetho ekwaziyo ke yona ke ukuthi ke isinqumo sithathwa ke kulabo ke abashushisayo kubizwa ngokuthi ke NPA futhi ke kunale ncwadi ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke charge sheet la khona ke amacala abantu abatheswa khona ke ukuthi akazi ibakazi iphoyisa elikuyilona elenza lokho kodwa nalapha ke kuba iNPA eyenza lokho.
The other thing is this so-called second docket, was it ever displayed in this court? If I remember, Ms. Mshololo had it. Am I correct? Or a letter
Yes,
from...
I think cross-examination
Yeah.
from some of the statements
Yeah.
was made to the witnesses.
Yeah, quite. Doesn't matter. But the point I'm trying to get at, those persons who allegedly are the suspects in that second docket, they have not been charged. Is that not so?
My lord, what I know is that I am here for Force Lawyers case
Yeah, the
636.
first Lotus one, fine.
Yes,
That
my
is
lord.
636.
Yes, of 10,
And the other one is
2014.
39 what?
No, I think 3.
Now it's common knowledge. Is that not so, Mr. Mgomezo? You talked about the second docket too. Yeah, the point I'm trying to get at is, factually speaking, no persons have been charged in that second docket.
Correct.
Have you seen the charge sheet in that docket?
No, I haven't seen the charge.
Is there a charge sheet, Mr. Baloyi?
No, my lord, the court will recall that we handed up a letter from
Yes.
the Director of Public Prosecution saying that a decision
Will be
only
taken
at
after
a
this
late-
case.
Yes, at a later stage.
Okay.
Yebo khona ke la dokotela lesibili elu375 abekho ke futhi noma ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-charge sheet la amacala abekwa khona ke usekhumbuza inkantolo umshushisi ukuthi ke kule ncwadi yayifundiwe ke la inkantolo ukuthi isinqumo sizothathwa kamuva ke uma sekusenzekile icala mayelana nalela lesibili idokotela.
Yeah, that's the last aspect, Mr. Mnisi. I thought when we read that case of Rex versus Hepworth, 1927, you remember?
Yes,
What did they say? They talked about gimmicks and intelligent, what, you remember?
He talks about so many things, so I may
Yeah,
not
but
be so sure what
one
the
thing
court
I'm
is
interested
referring
in is
to.
because you say, this is new evidence. What does it say about it?
I'm
You
not
said
so
Mr. Baloyi was introducing new evidence.
Yes,
And I'm saying that case deals precisely with that point also. Am I correct?
thank you, my lord.
No, not thank you. Am I correct?
I'll have to go and reread that
Where's that case?
my lord.
You've got it there.
Well, I think in essence it says a criminal trial is not a game.
That's it. And you
That
come with...
one party is entitled to take advantage of the other's
That's
omissions.
it. Yeah,
or
yeah,
what-
fine. Yeah, but just read it again. And it's...
That part I definitely know.
Yeah.
But now that-
I know you know it.
Yes, but again, that case does not really justify a situation where procedure must just be flagrantly disregarded.
Yeah, madam.
It still says procedure must be observed, strictly speaking, my lord.
Okay. Is that it, sir?
That's it for today.
I think, my lord, maybe my colleagues and myself have questions that arise from the question that the court has asked this witness.
Yeah, ask them. Ask those questions. Mr. Mgomezi, any
No,
questions arising?
Actually, I was confused when the court was asking a question about charging the suspect by the prosecutor.
Yeah, yes, I know. Yeah. Police normally talk loosely. Hey, ngizokcharge kusasa. No, the decision is taken Why don't we read section 174 and 5 of the
NPA.
authority pertaining to the duties of the Director of Public Prosecution? Do you have the act there with you?
Yes, it's section 75,
Yeah.
and there's also section 144
Yeah.
that refers to the DPP drawing up an indictment.
That's what I know. Mr. Mgomezulu, are you saying
My Lord,
I'm wrong?
I wasn't actually confused about what.
Okay, what are you confused
The
about?
state is that the police officer, because now we tend to lose the meaning of charging.
Yeah, no.
Because the first person to bring a particular offense or complaint
Yes.
to the prosecution is the police.
Yes, yes.
And the police is directed by the prosecution
yes.
authority what to do and what to
That's it.
investigate.
You're right.
On the days that this witness has mentioned, or about the days they were charged, the prosecution was not involved. It's only the police that were involved. And
Okay,
secondly,
wait,
my
wait,
Lord,
wait. Who
yes,
signed the indictment?
that is prior.
Who signed the indictment?
It's the DPP.
That's it.
Hence, I'm still going on that aspect, my Lord. When I say there is a letter that came from
No,
the
no,
DPP's office to say it's conditional to charge the people that were in the house.
That letter.
I want the authority, not the letter. I want the law that says there are certain, because here is-
Sorry, just quote that law. Just read the law.
I just want to know.
Because he's got it.
Section 144.
That's it. Just read it.
It says,
Oh, my God.
charged in superior court to be laid in an indictment.
Right?
Section 144.1, when an attorney general or director of public prosecutions arraigns an accused for sentence or trial by a superior court, the charge shall be contained in a document called an indictment,
Right?
which shall be framed in the name of the attorney general or
Right.
director of public
That's it.
prosecutions.
That's it.
And the indictment shall, in addition to the charge against the accused, include, the
Yeah, the
particulars of the
real
accused.
stuff, annexures and what have you got.
Yes.
My concern, my Lord, is a particular provision in the NPA or in the Criminal Procedure
Which says
Act,
what?
which puts a suspension of a particular offense. Like in this case, my Lord, we have 636. So
Yeah.
the condition is that the accused or the suspect under 375
Yeah, they
will
will-
only be prosecuted if this is finalized.
You know what? Batohi is 150% correct. She is the dominus litus of South Africa. Just read 174, who has the authority to charge anybody in South Africa. Anybody, including even the judge.
Yeah, but
No, Mr. Just
No,
sit
my
down,
Lord,
please.
sorry, my Lord.
It's because I'm telling you the law and you're on piggies.
But no,
But you
it's
don't
not-
tell me where you get your law on piggies.
I'm talking about the condition.
No, Batohi is entitled to do that, to suspend a prosecution. And this thing started in 1910, Attorney General. There's nothing new. The law hasn't changed since 1910. So Batohi, when he says, I will consider this docket, whatever, this one, Egamakubo, no Lishabani, or whoever, I will consider it after this case is finalized. Nobody can tell you, hey, charge now. No, it's a decision. She's an authoritative source of that law. She can even charge the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, Phala, if she wants to. So that is the law. But police talk loosely. Hey, hey, you're fine. All he says, I draw a docket, and then nginika office kaBatohi or umnisi when he was working there. And then Mnisi reads and says, hey, all the elements are not covered. This element, when Mnisi is satisfied that the law has been covered, then Mnisi draws a charge sheet, an indictment, and I sign on behalf of Batohi. Not Urata, hey, 6 penny, hey penny, policeman, econin. No. But when we talk loosely, it's like this firearm story. We talk, spam. Evol. I mean, we talk like that. but we know there are categories of firearms. Like Uluga, who's this chap? The son to Chico. Yeah, they say he came in having a 38. And then he shot these guys, blah, 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 fine. But the state must prove that that 38, as he says, Ulongwe, if you call him, as you are going to call him, is the one that shot Senzo. You've got that thing, sir?
Yeah, it's section
Just read it.
179.
Yes,
subsection
179.
2 of the Constitution.
Okay.
Says the prosecuting authority has the power to institute criminal proceedings on behalf of the state and to carry out any necessary functions incidental to instituting criminal proceedings.
That's it. Okay, are we sitting tomorrow?
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah, but tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Is she coming or she's excused?
No, she's done. She's done. I don't know if my learned friends still have got questions.
Are they still having? I thought you were the progenitor of the questions.
No, my lord, it's about what we discussed.
Oh, that yeah. Okay, so you want us to do it now or tomorrow morning?
Today, my lord.
What is the view of the other gentlemen? What is it? Are you all at Edom?
My lord, we have the meeting of the minds that it should be addressed, but limited to what we discussed here, not the radio
Okay.
interview on Warawara.
Okay, fine. Yeah, there is a disturbing message I received or I got from Mr. Mgomezulu, which he suspects arises from the fact that he is counsel in this matter. And it appears that there were 2 persons who visited his home in the morning, very suspicious movements and persons. Fortunately, when they wanted to enter the premises of Mr. Mgomezulu, the dogs barked, and these 2 persons unknown to him who were behaving suspiciously, and which Mr. Mgomezulu says he suspects they were out to harm him or injure him or kill him, because this is what happens in South Africa. So this court, as an officer of the court, Mr. Mgomezulu, is entitled to all the protection the South African police can accord to him. I said I would make this public so that Mr. Mgomezulu, maybe you should lay a charge with the police so that it is realized that you are being assailed when you are performing your job as an officer of this court. Okay, do you want me to add any other thing?
My lord, the one for the
Pinetown.
for the Kaya FM cannot one link it into those people. But
But I haven't spoken about that.
yes, I wanted to put that across as well.
Yeah, fine. No,
Because-
we're talking about the persons who visited,
Yes.
paid a visitation to your premises.
Yes.
Yeah.
The second part is that, my lord, 7 o'clock last evening,
Yeah.
Kaya FM interviewed Chico Twala, whom they were discussing about the evidence of Senzo Meyiwa. And that's when he also challenged my competency. He said, I lack competency and I don't know why am I throwing him into this court.
Okay. Yeah, but I can't comment on that.
That's why, my lord, I said, let me put it on record that Chico Twala said this yesterday.
Yeah.
In the morning it was also reported.
Okay.
inkantolo bifuna nje ukwazisa ukuthi bebenenkulumo abebenayo-ke ekuseni la ngaphandle la kunezinto-ke ey'thile ayitshele inkantolo athi-ke ucabanga ukuthi ngoba-ke eyingxenye yaleli cala leli kunabantu-ke noma abalisi ababili abasolakalayo ababesendlini yakhe-ke ekuseni kodwa-ke baphazanyiswe ngokuthi-ke kuye kwakhonkotha-ke izinja-ke inkantolo-ke ithi nanjengokuthi-ke lana-ke inkantolo uma kuwukuthi kufanele ayovula icala-ke futhi-ke athole ukuvikeleka kodwa yinto nje abayikhulumile ngaphandle kodwa-ke uyafisa ukuthi yaziwe-ke ukuthi-ke khona nje ukusolakalayo cabanga-ke ukuthi-ke abantu bezomhlathela noma-ke futhi befuna ukuthi bambulale ngenxa yokuthi eyingxenye yaleli cala khona okunye akhuluma ngako kodwa inkantolo ithi yona-ke angeke iphawuleke kulokho.
Okay, thanks. Cultural agenda.